The following is a product of Studio 42.
Bounds up the middle. He's got a big seam. He's got a first down and more. Look out. 20, 15, 10. Kiss him goodbye. 56 yards for Knox Bounds on 3rd and 10.
From Studio 42, this is Howe Bulldogs football.
Deep down the field to the right side, looking for Strong. Goes up, comes down with it at the 48. He's off to the races.
Howe Bulldogs football is brought to you by Scoggins Funeral Home, Baker Air Conditioning and Heating, South State Bank, GC Easy, Sonic of Howe.
Intercepted. Eli Stoner down the sideline.
Also brought to you by Brother Plumber, Rock Hill Investments, MTE Fence, Centurion American, Ed Meacham State Farm, Rapid Electric.
No, Bender's going to pull it out of his gut. He's got a lot of room, and he's got a touchdown. Stick that one in the end zone. It's touchdown time in Texas.
Put his foot in the ground, went to the right side, and there was nobody in the stadium going to catch him.
Also brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, TechWave, First Baptist Church of Howe, Kingdom Inflatables, Acres Boat and RV Storage, The Love Cottage.
Knox leaps and bounds into the end zone for a 20-yarder.
It's really the line. When you have 4 cut blocks that leave 4 linemen on the ground, I mean, that's easy work. That's a 75-yarder all day long.
Also brought to you by Howe Athletic Booster Club, Michelle Carney Photography, Texoma Land and Home Team, The Crazy AC Guy.
And with that, Justin White, it is football time in Texas 2025 style.
Now let's open the Rapid Electric tailgate party and join the voice of the Howe Bulldogs, Monty Walker.
District play is upon us. Howe head coach Jake Smith has had 81 days since he was hired to construct and install a new direction for the Howe Bulldogs. With Howe losing to Pilot Point a week ago with 4 turnovers, they need someone to take their frustrations out on. Insert the S&S Rams, who have been Howe's homecoming opponent 5 times. And the Dogs are 5-0 and have outscored the Rams 172-42 in those crowning games. It's an all-school reunion, and a king and a queen will be crowned. But the Deer Creek dealer hopes to come up with aces to start district play. It's Howe versus S&S at the Dog Pound, and it's football time in Texas.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog, removing copperheads, and electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe, Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni-owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get a free furnace with the purchase of a qualified AC condenser coil package. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Let's join Monty Walker with the MTE Fence Senior Spotlight.
This week's Senior Spotlight is Eli Stoner. When did you start school and how?
I've been at Howe since I was a little kid, all the way from kindergarten up till now. I'm a senior, just my whole life.
Do you remember your kindergarten teacher?
Yeah, it was Miss Arnold. Awesome teacher.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite teacher now?
Oh, I really like Mr. Hunt, a new teacher I got this year. He's a real cool guy, science.
What about Mr. Hunt is it that you like?
He's a really good teacher. He knows what he's doing. We actually get to have fun in there, laugh a little bit, just make school a little bit better.
What about a favorite coach?
Favorite coach? That's hard. All of them, really. Coach Smith, I guess, head coach. You know, I love him. I love the whole staff.
3 interceptions so far on the season. Do you have a goal of how many you want to finish with?
I haven't really set a goal, no, but I mean, just as many as I could get.
Do you participate in any other activities at Howe High School?
No, not really. Football is really the only thing I keep track on. I work out, but, you know, other than that, it's just football, really.
You've had 3 different head coaches in 3 years. How different or similar are they?
This one's totally different. It's a completely new program. You know, it's just a different attitude. It's way better, you know, just having a new coach, new staff, new direction, really. It's great.
You're listening to the MTE Fence Senior Spotlight with Eli Stoner. We'll be right back.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
You're listening to the MTE Fence Senior Spotlight with Eli Stoner. What are your thoughts on head coach Jake Smith and his staff so far? I know you touched a little bit on that.
He's really motivated us to, you know, win, to do the right thing, just be a better program in general.
Homecoming week, lots of distractions. How do you keep your focus on the game itself?
There's one thing we're focused on, and that's just the game. We got to keep our heads in there. We really aren't worried about the dance. We're not worried about, you know, the after parties, anything like that. Right now, we're just keeping our heads in the game. Go get that W.
Everything counts now. What's the expectations for this team through district play?
We really think we could do something this year. Past years, we've been a little scared, but this year, we're totally ready to go out there during district play, get some wins, hopefully make playoffs. Who knows? We're ready.
As a senior, how do you show your leadership on this team?
All of our seniors, really, we've come together, shown the younger ones what we need to do, what the role is that we have for them, and, you know, just helping them, guiding them.
S&S looks to be much improved over last season. This is not an auto win by any stretch. Has that been stressed?
You know, coaches have told us that we need to keep our heads in the game, not take them as a smaller opponent, but we're really ready to go beat any team, really, even if it's S&S. Who knows? We're ready to get that win.
Tonight's Senior Spotlight has been brought to you by MTE Fence. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100. Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Hey, Steve here, the crazy AC guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get a free furnace with the purchase of a qualified AC condenser coil package. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Let's join Monty Walker with the Rock Hill Investments Coach's Corner with Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith.
Coach Pilot Point's a good football team, but they're really good when they get 4 free possessions. Talk about that.
Yeah, that's been pretty much the unfortunate talk about our offense this year is not possessing the football. And we talk about it ad nauseum, but not only do we talk about it, we do tackle circuit and turnover circuit, and we're talking about and we're preaching and actually practicing ball security during our individual drills, and unfortunately it's just not getting done. And so when you go out there and you leave 28 points on the board and you look at yourself and you think that, if we take care of business and if defense could create a couple more turnovers, you're looking at like a 31-28 loss. But, that really doesn't matter because you are what you are on that scoreboard for that moment. And that's the unfortunate part about offensively is that we're still putting the ball on the ground.
I think it was Bill Parcells who said, you are what you are. And speaking of Parcells, he always said, be hard on the team when you win and be easy on the team when you lose. Do you take that same approach?
I would probably say yes to a certain extent. I can kind of get after them with the best of them, but I try to be as positive as possible. And I know that I actually had a conversation with our superintendent, Kevin Wilson, about how, in today's society that we're probably too positive, where kids always get a ribbon or they always get a Super Bowl ring or they always get a trophy or something like that. But I know most important part, like after a loss, is trying to find the positives about what they did well, just like what we did last week. We showed the kids the win-loss differential, which is 3.33 plays. And so I think just being more positive after a loss is probably more beneficial. We don't want to lose those kids mentally. And so being able to be really hard on them and say, hey, like, I know you beat a team, but you could have done this better or done that better, and just trying to bring their focus back into where ultimately what you're trying to avoid is complacency, which is probably one of the worst diseases that a locker room could ever have after a victory. And so we try to avoid that after wins. But after a loss, we're going to point out what we did really well and correct the bad. So showing them the good, bad, and the ugly is always good, but be positive with them.
Well, one of the good things was the run game, and a big highlight for how Knox Bounds continues to rack up yards. That bodes well for the offensive line. We saw some different faces in there. Sean Stanley played a lot of offensive line. Talk about how they're progressing and the changes maybe.
Yeah, I think that's one thing with, early on, we're pretty upset about, when you're returning 4 starters on the offensive line, you feel really good about that. But early on in the year, they weren't really producing what we thought that they should be. But, now that we're a little bit further down the road, we're looking at week 5 and first district game of the year. We feel like those guys are working better together, and I think Gavin Snap has done a really good job. There's an inside story about Heroes Pizza. We can probably get together and talk about that later, but what we're trying to do is breed confidence. And we're also trying to breed some competition too. So whenever you're in, if you're confident, we need you to do your job. But if you're not doing your job, we need someone else to be behind you to push you so that we both get better and the Bulldogs end up being a better unit. And we feel like we've been doing that last couple of weeks where we've been throwing some kids in there just to get some other kids' attention. But also you might find a diamond in the rough. That's kind of like what we did with Gavin Snap a few weeks ago. And we feel like, with him being a sophomore, we're willing to take our lumps with him, but, he's a gritty kid. He's a tough kid. He takes pride in his craft, and we feel like the years to come, he's going to be really good. But also, he needs to know that his spot's not safe. And so offensively and defensively at halftime, I looked every coach and kid in the eyes and told them that, hey, we got 30 kids suited up tonight. All 30 kids are going to play, and when we evaluate film Saturday morning, we're going to figure out on Sunday who's our best 11 on offense and best 11 on defense. And moving forward, we're not just going to continue to play a kid just because that's the spot that he has held. We have to get better, and if these kids truly want to make the playoffs, we have to hold ourselves as coaches accountable. And so every kid in the program, and I even joked with Charles Furr, boundary outside backer, he's got a sister that I guess she used to be a big hitter back in the day with Pee Wee football, and she's still tough as nails and she's real gritty. I looked at her at halftime and I said, Sam, you want to put some pads on and go out there and play? And, hey, without hesitation, she said, yes, sir. And it kind of took me off guard where I was like, okay, be careful what you wish for, Jake. So I just avoided eye contact with her and I started looking at other kids and started calling them out. So that's kind of where we're at, trying to breed some competition and get better. And I feel like that offensive line specifically is a unit that's starting to gel now that we're getting some more kids. I don't know if it's going to be musical chairs per se, but we are going to put the best unit out there.
Ryken Cross showed what he can do in open space with a kick return, big long kick return. How do you create more opportunities like that in space for Ryken Cross?
Yeah, that's probably the toughest part in the kicking game is that, the coaches, they can see when number 3's out there, they can say, hey, don't kick to him. But we were pretty fortunate 2 weeks in a row for that unit to return 2. And that's a really, really bright spot when you can do that multiple weeks in a row. We had a different scheme. We had a double team scheme where we're going to sell the reverse. It was something that I'd ran in Ennis. We did that in the first or second round playoffs against Woodrow Wilson. I showed the guys that film and we installed that, and we just weren't really playing with the speed that we should have been playing with our blocking scheme. And so the kids actually asked, hey, Coach, can we go back to middle return? And if the kids have an internal feeling where they can be confident and they know the scheme well enough, like as coaches, sometimes we need to listen to the kids. Now, to a certain extent, there's some things that a kid might argue with that he doesn't know better. But if a unit can come up and say, hey, Coach, what about doing middle return? That's what we know best. And we did that, and we were lucky that we had a couple good blocks in the middle, and we ripped that thing. But offensively, we've got to line him up in more positions. Him, not just Ryken, but him and Ryland. We have to do a better job of lining them up in multiple positions to get the ball in their hands rather than just relying on Deacon to throw it to them. So that's something that we need to look at, and we will do moving forward.
You're listening to the Rock Hill Investments Coaches Corner with Howe head coach Jake Smith. We'll be right back. Tonight's Bulldogs football is brought to you by Noble Ridge, right here in Howe, just off Highway 75 at Summit Hill Parkway and walking distance to Summit Hill Elementary. Noble Ridge is our hometown's newest master plan community, featuring new homes from the nation's top builders, plus trails, parks, and family-friendly amenities. Developed by Rock Hill Capital Investments, a trusted North Texas developer with thriving communities in Salina, Sherman, and across the region. Noble Ridge is proud to call Howe home. Learn more at nobleridgetx.com. That's nobleridgetx.com. You're listening to the Rock Hill Investments Coach's Corner with Howe head coach Jake Smith. Homecoming. Coach, it's usually a coach's nightmare, lots of distractions. On top of that, it's an all-school reunion, so the stands will be packed. How do you keep your kids focused for this game?
I don't ever say the word homecoming. That's probably one of the worst profanity words that you can use this week is homecoming. So I just simply don't talk about it. And if I do talk about it, I remind the kids the only reason why we have homecoming is because we have a football game. So if the football game is the most important part about homecoming, then we probably need to focus on the football game. And I probably shouldn't say that on the radio, but at the end of the day, that's what I believe in. I'm pretty black and white. And, if it comes across as abrasive, then I guess I'm sorry, but at the end of the day, I've just been preaching to the kids the main focus needs to be the football game. And plus, it's a first district game. So what better way to start off district play with the most distracting thing in the world that a teenage boy can go through. And on top of that, we have an all-school reunion, which is really neat. But the way how we've been selling the all-school reunion is that think about all the kids that played and suited up and, wore the same logo, wore the same jersey that you wore. It's your job to put a product on that field that I know they only get to spend $5, but, you at least got to give them $5 worth of action. So it's really important for the kids to maintain that focus and put on a good product for our community.
As you mentioned, things count now. It's the first district game. No more teams in a higher classification. How do you see this district shaping up?
Well, this is definitely one of the toughest districts. When you're taking over a job, especially in July, you don't expect to go in there with the Gunners, the Bells, the Blue Ridges, and the Calsburgs, and the Leonards and the S&S's of the world. But here we are. But we're 0-0, and that's a good opportunity to go 1-0, but we can't do that if we don't take care of business on Monday through Thursday, or really Saturday through Thursday. And that's kind of been what we've been preaching all year long. But with this being a really top-heavy district, it's going to be one of those things where you're going to have to scratch and fight tooth and nail to get that fourth place. And, you never know. If you continue to be on a trajectory like you feel like you should be, you might be able to beat somebody that you shouldn't beat. And, you can shock your by district that's on the other side of the state. And, you just got to get to the dance. That's what we tell the kids. You got to find a way to get in. You never know what's going to happen.
S&S in years past have been somewhat of an auto win for most programs in North Texas, but they bring back a lot of seniors and look to be much improved. How do you stop their offense?
Well, really everything goes through number 2. He's their best player. He's really the best athlete in the program. And so, you don't want to harp too much on number 2, but it does have to be in the forefront of our mind, like, hey, everything does go through number 2. And so we've got some things, and whether we're going to bring a pressure, if we're going to line up differently defensively to stop their offense, that's what our focus has to be. And the man in the arena right now is the most important thing. We got to cut out the noise. I know that we're 1-3 and we're 0-0 in district, but that's the biggest thing with the kids is cut out the outside noise, hit that mute button, and just focus on the man in the arena. S&S by any means is not an automatic win. They've got enough talent to where if you don't take care of your job, and specifically your job, they can hurt you. And last night when we got off the practice field and we watched film as a unit in the lecture hall, the last clip that I showed them was the victory formation where they're at home against Nakona. I think it was Nakona, or it might have been, it was Nakona, because they were on the road against Rivercrest. So there's victory formation. Number 8 quarterback took the snap. He seated it and he took a knee, and the whole sidelines of S&S erupted, and you see the coaches celebrating and the kids going crazy like they just won the Super Bowl. And I kept that on loop for 5 minutes, and I just told the kids that if you don't take care of your job this week and you're not hyper focused on getting better and winning every rep at a time, then this is something that you'll experience, and this is something that we do not expect to experience, especially with alumni coming back and homecoming. And so we've got that on loop. in the locker room where they see S&S taking the victory knee, and it should be something that makes you sick to your stomach, and it should be something that shouldn't be taken lightly. Maybe it's a different approach from in the years past, but it's just a mentality that we're trying to bring to those kids that every week, whether we're playing Gunner, or whether we're playing Poth, or whether we're playing like a Nederland, someone that's of a bigger classification, or a Dangerfield that's in Division I, or even a Newton. If you're playing those teams that are, really, really good, like a Tidehaven, we should, every time we step off that bus and we go through the dog walk, we should expect to win. And so it's just something different that we're trying to bring this week and regain our focus.
Offensively, I would imagine if you secure the football, I would think you'd be able to move the ball kind of at will. But, I guess you can't tell the kids that.
No, because one of the messages that we did tell the kids during our film session is, hey, guess what? They're teenagers just like you. And anytime that we showed a clip of, Rivercrest busting, the reality is that those were some of the same busts that we made, whether, we were looking in the backfield in man coverage or cover three, and just like against the Pilot Point when they did the halfback pass, even though we reminded the kids it was coming, we knew it was coming. It was a specific formation set, and down a distance, it was out of a halftime. We told the kids, hey, this is coming. Well, we didn't do our job. We're looking in the backfield, and, they hit one over the top of our head. Well, Rivercrest did the same thing. They bit on what we call hot and go. And, one of the comments is, typical teenager, they started laughing. And, hey, the same thing happened to us last week, right, boys? And, is unanimous, yes, sir. So it's, we're teenagers and they're teenagers, which is probably good and bad. But that was the message that we brought to the kids. Like, hey, if Rivercrest can do it, then the Howe Bulldogs can do it. And that means the S&S Rams can, go over the top, especially when it's number 2. He's good enough to hurt you, and the quarterback is just good enough to, move the chains. So it's, not to beat a dead horse or anything, but we want the kids to go out and play loose, but it's our job to make sure that they stay focused. And, by the time we get them on the bus, get them crunked up and go through the Bulldog walk, we're going to crank them up and turn them loose.
The Coach's Corner has been brought to you by Black Hill Investments. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrRedInsurance.com.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager-occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
Hey, Steve here, the crazy AC guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Today's Howe Bulldogs Flux Capacitor is brought to you by the Crazy AC Guy. Now let's join Monty Walker with a time travel through Bulldogs history.
The Howe Bulldogs are 5-6 in games played on September the 26th. The first game came back in 1937 when Howe beat the Sherman B team 13-0 at Bulldog Stadium. In 1941, Howe beat Anna 6-0 at home, and on this date in 1946, Howe beat Sherman B team 6-0. In 1969, Howe lost to Leonard 37-22, and in 1975, Howe lost 33-3 at Allen in a much smaller stadium than what they possess today. On this date in 1980, Howe lost to Whitewright 31-0, but in 1986, Howe beat Anna 28-16. In 1997, on this date, Howe lost to Pilot Point 34-20, but in 2003, the Dogs beat Leonard 28-21. Howe lost to Tom Bean at home for only the second time ever on this date in 2008 by a score of 7-6. The last game played on September the 26th was a 56-14 loss at Bulldog Stadium to Pottsboro. This is the 39th matchup with Howe and S&S, where the Dogs own a 28-10 advantage in the series that dates back to 1961. Howe did defeat Sadler in 1958, 32-0, and were 1-2 versus South Maid in 1958 and 59 before the consolidation of the schools. Howe has currently won 7 in a row dating back to 2014. Howe won 17 of 18 contests from 1967 through 1993, including 11 straight from 1983 through 1993. Howe set a school record in 1991 by scoring 76 points against S&S. It's been 10 years since the S&S Rams came to Howe and were not the homecoming game. Since 1967, Howe is 39-19 in homecoming games and have won 3 straight. The best stretch came with a 9-game homecoming win streak from 1982 to 1991. S&S and Bells each share the distinction as the most favorite Howe homecoming opponent with 6 since 1967. The last homecoming loss was against Commerce in 2021.
Today's Howe Bulldogs Flux Capacitor is brought to you by the Crazy AC Guy. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross country and long distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum, senior basketball player and leading strikeout softball pitcher.
I'm Dylan Patterson, graduating football player and powerlifter.
I'm Ayla Jones, class of 2026 volleyball player.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for the support of Howe student athletes and encourage anyone interested in helping to join.
Go Dogs!
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger! Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
From Studio 42, this is Howe Bulldogs football. You've been listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Football time in Texas is just moments away. Now, with a call of the game, here's the voice of the Howe Bulldogs, Monty Walker.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Bulldog Stadium. It's homecoming. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Jake Roberts, Stephen Braswell, and Malin Walker. It's all festive. It's an all-school reunion, Justin. So this stadium is going to be, if it's not already, packed, full throat tonight.
I could tell by the parking lot. I got here and I had to park way out here, way out by the street. I thought I was going to need a shuttle to get in. But yeah, there's a lot of guys, a lot of people here back for the reunion, back for homecoming weekend.
Well, it's not like my youth. I don't see cars parked along Highway 5, at least just yet.
Not yet.
As I look out my Kevin Wilson window, I don't see that. So, but there's also way more room in the parking areas than there used to be back in the day as well. So, big crowd on hand tonight. It is bumper to bumper here at Bulldog Stadium, the oldest active stadium in North Texas, opened in 1935. Homecoming, you wouldn't have homecoming without a football game. So that's what we're here for. That's what Coach Smith talked about in the coaches show. And that's what he's been preaching to his team, because there's so many distractions that can take place during this week. And, he said, oh, what a better week to open district play with all these distractions. Of course, he was being sarcastic a little bit, but we're going to have homecoming festivities here momentarily, and just a big electric atmosphere here tonight. But one thing you've got to do is remember that there's a football game here, and you got to put last week behind you and those 4 turnovers.
Yeah, and you start district here tonight. This is the opening district game, so tonight it starts counting. You've hopefully worked out the wrinkles and the hiccups in the first 4 games, and tonight it starts counting against again with a big crowd here in Howe at the homecoming game.
You're in the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Don't get shocked. Call them at 903-421-8100. Your senior spotlight was brought to you by MTE Fence. Coach's Corner brought to you by Rock Hill Investments. Your flux capacitor brought to you by the crazy AC guy. Let's go over the starting lineups for both teams if we can. I'll start with Howe's offense. Up front, Dylan Patterson, the left tackle, a senior. The left guard is Gavin Snap, a sophomore. The center is Aiden Torres. He's a senior. He may be the best of the bunch on that offensive line. And that's saying a lot when you've got Large Marge Will Ingram, the senior, at right guard. Right tackle is Jacob Griffo. He's a junior. Your wide receiver tonight, Eli Stoner, a senior. And you have Deacon Bender at quarterback. 24 out of 50 on the season, 3 interceptions, 227 yards, and 2 touchdowns through the air. He's also rushed 58 times for 61 yards. He has a lot more rushing yards at times, but the sacks factor in that, and they've had a lot of sacks early on in this football season. He's had 1 touchdown on the ground. The tight end is Van Derrick. He's a junior. Slot receiver, Ryken Cross, 12 catches, 36 yards, or 12 rushes for 36 yards. And he's also caught 10 balls for 66 yards. He's averaging 3.2 yards on the ground and 6.6 through the air. If Howe's going to have any success on offense this season, those yards per rush and yards per reception by Reich and Cross is going to have to go up significantly. Your running back is Knox Bounds. Now, there is some yards per carries per 8.9 yards per rush. 40 carries for 354 yards. He had a big week last week. On the season, he has 4 touchdowns. He's caught 1 pass for -2 yards. And the fumble bug has hit Knox, and that's got to slow down. Wide receiver on the far side is Ryland Strong, 11 catches, 174 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He's rushed 5 times for -17 yards. And Ryland Strong is a junior. That's your First Baptist Church of Howe starting offense for the Howe Bulldogs. Justin, you want to take the baton here?
Yeah, I'll take on the S&S defense. Defensive end is a senior, Jaden Vega. At the defensive tackles are Rylan McSpedden, he's a senior. Nose tackle is Nathaniel Vital, he's a sophomore. Defensive end is Ruffin Brubaker, he's a sophomore.
And a returning starter. They've got a lot of returning starters, too.
They do. And linebackers are junior Noah Rondua. Middle linebacker, you'll hear his name on offense and defense a lot, Hunter Corville. He's a senior. And other outside linebacker is Eli Nortman. He's a junior. At cornerback is Elisha Gentry, a senior. The other cornerback is Jace Orr, a senior. The weak side safety is Brighton McNabb, who's a junior. And then strong safety is Kenny Melton. He's a senior. Defensive coordinator is Kevin Anderson. It's the S&S defense.
Yeah, I failed to mention that the offensive coordinator for Howe is Jordan Barnes. Let's go over your First Baptist Church of Howe.
We're waiting on
starting
one of our
defense.
Who's just completed a volleyball game.
Turn the mic down,
the
crowd mic down just a
Thanks
little bit.
for
Up
your
front
patience.
for the Bulldogs, Jacob Griffo, the defensive end, a junior. A senior, Dylan Patterson, the defensive tackle. Jameer Brown, a sophomore defensive tackle. And Alex, the Mad Honduran Mejia, is a senior. He's the defensive end. Charles Furr, the linebacker, is a junior. Middle linebacker Chris Torres is a junior, and Gage Carr is a senior. Your secondary for tonight will be junior Riken Cross at corner, Ryland Strong, the junior corner on the other side, and your safeties are Eli Stoner, a senior, and Garrett Rogers, a senior.
All right, S&S offense. On the offensive line, left tackle is Hayden Harkins, junior. At left guard is Brian Flores, he's a sophomore. At the center is Ruffin Brubaker, a sophomore. Right guard is Ryland McSpedden, he's a senior. And the right tackle is another senior, Barrett Acorn. Got two seniors, 2 sophomores, and a junior on that offensive line. At receiver is Brighton McNabb, he's a junior, 1 catch for 8 yards. The other receiver is Adam Mutz, 6 catches for 45 yards. The slot receivers are Brandon Petty, a senior, 8 catches for 58 yards and a touchdown. Joe Orr, we heard Coach Smith talk about number 2, Joe Orr, the slot receiver, 14 catches for 237 yards and 2 touchdowns, averaging 16.9 yards a catch. The halfback is Noah Rondua. He's a senior, 41 carries for 140 yards and a touchdown, averaging 3.4 yards a carry. And the senior at quarterback is Hunter Corville. 28 completions for 47 attempts, 374 yards, 2 touchdowns, and interception. 33 carries for 220 yards, 3 touchdowns, averaging 6.7 yards a carry. And offensive coordinator for the Rams offense is Jake Bulinek.
And your defensive coordinator for the Howe Bulldogs is Jake Smith. They were unable to land a defensive coordinator as he is in day number 81 of his since being hired by Howe ISD. The officials for tonight's game, referee Scott Slayton, the umpire Terrence Wright, the head linesman Jamie Aguero. The line judge is James Frederick Holland. The back judge is Peyton Morris. The field judge is Brandon Nathan. And the side judge is Braden Lewis. Malin Walker will enter the coin toss tonight at some point when they get done with all of these homecoming festivities. But Malin, We hear you may have some insight in tonight's contest. Go ahead.
Oh, is he on?
Oh, we've got him muted. There you go.
There we go. Okay. I actually want to say two things. One is that we're bringing in a split back formation this week. We're bringing Ryland Strong into the backfield, sharing some reps with Garrett Rogers and Knox Bounds. What this does is it addresses the run game, spreads it evenly, and also what this does is it's going to give some looks for Ryken Cross, who's going to be spread out wide, and he'll get more one-on-one receptions as this game goes on, get him some more looks downfield.
Please direct your attention to the field for tonight's
Thank
round.
you, Malin. I think...
2025 nominees are Lauren Ketching.
Here, let's give you the...
Lauren is the daughter of Clint.
Let's give you the homecoming court, I guess.
She served as Howe FFA president.
Or should we just go ahead and banter on through this? Lauren Ketching is being introduced, ladies and gentlemen. So I think by putting Ryland Strong in the backfield, paired with Knox Bounds at times and paired with Garrett Rogers at times, I think what they're trying to do is create some space and get Ryken Cross one-on-one down the field. And when Malin was talking to Deacon Bender earlier before the game and said, and Deacon said, hey, we're going to throw the football tonight. So you don't know what to expect.
And we've been talking about that. Wanted to see Ryken Cross more in the passing game. He's been getting a lot of handoffs on these end arounds and these delayed handoffs, misdirection, but he hasn't caught a lot of balls through the air. So that'll be good to see him get in open space and see what he can do downfield. And plus, Ryland Strong, I've always thought he has real good vision and can see a hole and can hit that hole really well as a running back. So I'm kind of curious to see what this adjustment will entail.
Well, if you have a two-headed monster of Ryland Strong and Knox Bounds in the backfield, that's pretty formidable.
Yeah, and Knox Bounds is not only fast, but he's got some power behind him. And then Strong is probably him and Cross probably about the fastest guys on the field.
Yeah, both of them can certainly scoot.
And two, I mean, he's not only handing the ball off to those guys, but those guys can be a threat in the passing game. You know, screen passes, swing passes out in the flats. So it'll be interesting to see how those guys are utilized, how Coach Barnes utilizes those guys.
We're going to take a quick time out, and when we come back, hopefully we'll have time. We'll give you the homecoming king and queen, and we'll give you that momentarily on the backside. We'll be right back.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs. At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs. Welcome back. We're still in the homecoming festivities. Again, big crowd here tonight. And now Hughes Street is lined up with cars all down Hughes Street, along the railroad tracks, almost to Young Street. So,
3 years of basketball,
but not on Highway 5 that I can see. Again, a big parking lot here now as opposed to years in the past. So they're still introducing the homecoming court as far as the ladies. Oh, they're introducing the guys too. So I think we're just about ready. What do we got? One more? Two more?
I think there may be two to three, maybe three more.
State University or Abilene Christian University to earn her
We had a
bachelor's
chance
degree in
to
nursing,
talk to the
with
officials and
goal
make
of
sure we can
becoming
get
an
full
oncology
60-second
nurse.
timeout.
Also
So,
plans to continue
and
her education to
it
become a
appears,
nurse
I don't want to jinx anything, but it
Gage
appears
Carr.
like we're going to have video tonight. We were testing it out earlier, and during our test, it came through well. There's a little bit of a lag at times because it's the magic of the internet being pulled in through the internet. But you'll be able to see the game tonight as well as hear our broadcast. So moving on up like George and Wheezy, as our mayor says.
Attending college, earning her certification,
Yeah, I
and
get.
pursuing a career.
I'm just hoping they don't have to. We don't have the cameras on us.
Well, Jake's got his GoPro, and it didn't go too well the last time. I think I almost created my own window over here during a play.
Hey, I could bring that sometime. We could on the booth cam back.
That was pretty cool. I did like
A
that.
student of cosmetology, a cross-country runner, and describes
Again, that's
herself
Angie
as a
Liss
development team
doing the
basketball
homecoming public address is who you're hearing in the background.
Well, I think there was a delay for the homecoming because one of the homecoming court ladies was still had been competing at a volleyball game, so that ran a little late.
Yeah, we've got 10 minutes till kickoff, so let's rush through this now. We've still got two more after this.
Sadie Stanley.
Go figure. The last 2-3 weeks we've been starting at 7. We kind of had to hurry up on the air. Now we're kind of ahead of schedule now.
So, Justin, why don't we go over the Michelle Carney Photography Bulldogs overview? Do you want to take care of that?
Bulldogs or
Bulldogs?
Okay. For us if you won where we all root for each other. Because winning
you already talked about with Deacon Bender wanting to pass the ball a lot more, hopefully tonight. I think seeing the threat of Ryken Cross downfield could create some openings. I'm interested to see as far as putting Rylan Strong in the backfield. Knox Bounds was the bright spot of last week, but he also had 2 turnovers. This team had 4 turnovers last week. And Coach Smith talked about in the coaches show about 4 turnovers ended up being 28 points. It could have been a whole lot closer game minus those turnovers. If you get beat, you get beat. But when you beat yourself, that's another thing. Offensively on this offensive line, his offensive line has kind of been a little bit disappointing this season. With 4 returning starters, you kind of thought they'd be a little bit better at protection, but that's kind of been an issue these last 3 weeks.
Ladies and gentlemen,
defensively, they've gotten turnovers. They've got turnovers the last few weeks, at least 2. And so the defense has done fairly well, but they've also given us some big plays. And so I expect this game to be competitive. I just think with the Rams coming in here, they're not a team with a lot of winning tradition. So I just hope that the Bulldogs, with all the distractions coming in tonight, just don't take this game for granted and just go ahead and pencil it in as a win. They're coming in. They've won 2 games in a row. You could debate the opponents that they played, but you got a team that won 2 in a row that's playing with some confidence, and you're playing against a Howe Bulldog team. They got beat pretty soundly last week. And so Howe needs to come in here and dominate and set the tone for the district.
So we're still waiting on the King and Queen. They will be crowned by last year's King and Queen. So Braden Ulmer will be here. And he is on the field, last year's King.
25 homecoming King is...
And Miss Snap.
Felix Vasquez.
Felix Vasquez, your homecoming King. 2025. Braden Ulmer goes out there to crown Mr. Vasquez. Of course, Ulmer playing football on Saturdays these days. And there is the crowning of Felix Vasquez. Fine young man. Had a chance to interview him as a bandsman of the week. Very nice. Braden Ulmer will get a picture. No, yep, he's going to get a picture
homecoming queen
with Felix Vasquez.
Lauren Catching.
Lauren Catching is your 2025 homecoming queen. And she will be crowned by last year's queen, Emery Snap. Making their way out there on the about the 50-yard line, and now you'll have the Michelle Carney photography photos of the King and Queen's Court and all of that. Jake Smith in day number 81, he's 1-3 in his early Bulldog career. Assistant head coach for Ennis Lions, Texas high school football legendary coach Sam Harrell. Deer Creek is where he is from, Deer Creek, Oklahoma. OSU grad, stops in Houston, Anna Van Alstyne, Ennis, Bishop McGinnis, back to hometown Deer Creek. University of Central Oklahoma. He was the DC at Luther, Oklahoma. And on the flip side, you've got head coach Dan Pike, 2-12 so far at S&S, 0-10 a year ago, but got their first win 2 weeks ago against Nocona. And boy, they celebrated like they had won the Super Bowl and got that monkey off their back. You remember those days?
I think say we know what that's like too.
We know what that feels like. So they had a little bit of that. He replaced Jeff Hill, who stepped down before last year's season. Pike was the former OC at Colleyville Heritage, helping the Panthers to a 12-2 season 2 years ago, advancing to the Class 5A Division II Region I championship game. They eventually lost to Frisco Emerson. He's been at Keller Fossil Ridge graduate who began coaching at Waco La Vega. And here are your Howe Bulldogs in all black except the new white helmet. Black pants, black jerseys, the white helmet. Your captains for tonight will be Alex Torres, Gage Carr, Dylan Patterson, and Alex the Mad Honduran Mejia. And the Bulldogs now take a knee in the end zone, take their helmets off, and gather for prayer. Always good to see here at Bulldog Stadium. Alex Torres got to carry the black flag this week through the tunnel, and it's a skull and crossbones. Nice. It's not a Bulldog Nation flag that they've had for several years. It is a skull and crossbones flag.
Intimidating.
So we're getting ready for the coin toss here momentarily, but S&S has got to come through their little pup tent over there. It's a little bit different than the big Bulldog that the Howe Athletic Booster Club purchased several years back. And the S&S Rams in white jerseys, white helmets, and red pants will come through their tunnel here momentarily. I think they're entering the tunnel. The officials are at center court, so we're just about ready for Homecoming 2025. It's an all-school reunion, lots of old faces here at Bulldog Stadium. I got a chance to run into our old running back from my junior and senior year. Michael Bailey is here, 1,000-yard rusher in both seasons, and was absolutely the heartbeat of those two playoff teams. Here come the S&S Rams through their tunnel. They're carrying an American flag and a Texas flag, followed up by the cheerleaders. Michael Bailey played in let me tell you, the Salina game that's so famous, arguably one of the greatest games in school history, arguably the greatest game. It was a 14-14 tie in bi-district against Salina. They were ranked 18th, we were 18-point underdogs, not expected to beat them at all. We were 6-4 going into that game. They were like 9-1.
Was that the season they lost to them earlier in the season as well?
No, that was a different year, and that was Pilot Point.
Okay, yes.
I think we're just about ready for the national anthem. We may have to finish this story up, but Michael Bailey carried the ball in the fourth quarter almost every play. I'm getting my games mixed up. I'm getting old. The next week was Olney, same situation, tied 10-10, or we were down 10-3. A tie would give us the advance to go to the next round. And Michael Bailey carried the ball 8 straight possessions and just murdered his way down to the end zone. And we ended up calling a
Howe High School band leads the national anthem.
Not a quarterback sneak, but a bootleg.
Oh, wow, okay.
And to win the game. But it was Bailey who put it on his shoulders that night. Here's our national anthem. And with that, Justin White, it is all-school reunion homecoming 2025 football time in Texas.
Beautiful night for football. Beautiful atmosphere.
There's Roger Tidwell's version. As I think we're ready for the coin toss. We do have, it appears, maybe some video. You did unplug that audio, right? Let's hope, because we're getting some audio coming through there. If there is a loop on the audio and it sounds very weird, somebody let me know.
Our captains for tonight's ball game for the Bulldogs.
So the captains, Gage Carr, Alex Torres, the Mad Honduran, Alex Mejia, and Dylan Patterson. And we're just about ready for Malin Walker to take over out there.
And Ryland Mustard.
Okay, we'd like to wish both teams good luck. We hope you have a great game. Terrence is your umpire. I'm Scott. I'm your referee. You're the visiting team. You get to call it. What would you like to call? You got heads. You won. No, excuse me. We got tails. You won the toss. What would you like to do? You want to receive. Which way do you want to kick?
Howe has won the toss.
Yeah, from the clock. Okay, great. All right.
And S&S will kick from the clock. Howe will receive.
Come stand by him. Y'all face them.
All right. Thanks, Malin. That is very nice. It's always nice when you can hear what's going on down there. For years and years, we've gone through that and can't hear. It cuts in and out and out and out, but we've calibrated the mics before every game, so we think we've made it.
It seems like when we're at home, we do pretty good.
And obviously not as far a range on the sidelines for Malin as well. So, hey, Malin, I understand there's some bugs down there. What's the weather like, and what's the gnats like down there?
Well, the weather's absolutely perfect. The only problem is that I'm getting eaten alive. At least these football players have pads and helmets to hide behind, but me, I'm fully exposed. The weather is nice room temperature, very humid, no wind out, so it's just begging for bugs along with these floodlights.
So Malin, Coach Smith before the game offered you some bug spray. And you said, no, I work at a garden center.
I work at a garden center. I cannot let Green Acres down. I have to toughen it out, get my bug repellents in.
Okay. All right, so we're getting ready for the Tech Wave kickoff.
I know we're having some issues with the scoreboard.
That's never good. Doing the kicking will be Hunter Corville for the S&S Rams. And it's in the air. And it's going to be taken quickly by an up man for the Bulldogs on the far side. And Howe will have the football in pretty good field position to start this game near the 43-yard line. And I think they'll spot him right at the 40. Still trying to work on it. 44 or 45. I think they're going to say 45. So Howe will start first from their own 45, moving left to right from our vantage point, from the home stands vantage point. And the scoreboard is out.
Yeah,
it's dark.
It was working earlier before homecoming.
If you're watching at home, we have the score for you, so don't worry about it. Jake, you're going to really have to be on top of things. Split backfield. New look for Howe, and a handoff coming near side is Ryland Strong trying to get around the edge. Will get a yard to the 46-yard line. So a new wrinkle for Howe on play number 1 with Ryland Strong getting the carry.
Just like we understood that Ryland Strong going to get some carries, trying to get around that corner. Rams kind of string him out, don't let him get upfield. Only a 2-yard gain on that.
Yeah, they'll give him 2 as they mark it at the 47. It's going to be easy to see Riken cross tonight with those green gloves he has. Split back, handoff, nope. Deacon's going to pull it and turn the corner. He's got the 50 and out of bounds on the S&S side of the field at the 48-yard line.
Like maybe some RPO action, but and trying to get it to cross. It also looked like a little bit of confusion, maybe.
He picked
and Bender had to pick it up himself.
Picked up 5, sorry. So a third down, big third down early on here. Third down and right about 3 to pick it up. Got to get to the other 45. Ball resting at the 48. Snap back, and Howe had movement up front. I think the left guard, Gavin Snap, might have been a little early on the gun, and Howe's now going to have a 3rd and 8 instead of a 3rd and 5. This makes a lot of things different, and you don't want to start this football game with mistakes like this.
Well, and that's something. The bright spot of the Bulldogs has been the penalties. They haven't had a lot, at least not last week. It's been the turnovers that have been their Achilles heel.
This is a pass to Ryken Cross, has a first down to the 40, down the sidelines. Kiss him goodbye. 10-5, touchdown time in Texas. Howe is on the board first and strike from 50. 3 yards. Get that young man the football.
We've been talking about it for 3 weeks. A quick out pattern to Cross. Caught it as he was going out of bounds and able to stay on his feet. Tightrope that sideline. Poor tackling by S&S to push him out of bounds and able to take it to the house. And the Bulldogs strike first.
Swinging gate look. Bender rolls out right, looking to run now, and he is in the end zone. 2-point conversion for the Howe Bulldogs, and they lead 8-0 early on in this football game. We don't know what time is left, but now that they're trying to get the scoreboard working. 8-0. We'll be right back.
Coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross-country and long-distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum, senior basketball player and leading strikeout softball pitcher.
I'm Dylan Patterson, graduating football player and powerlifter.
I'm Ayla Jones, class of 2026 volleyball player.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for the support of Howe student athletes and encourage anyone interested in helping to join. Go Dogs!
Preparing for your Tech Wave kickoff is second baseman Fernando Sanchez, and the kick is a onside kick. It's going to bounce at the 49. Howe says they may have the football. Indication so far, yes! Howe has the football and an onside kick. And Howe will start this football game with 2 offensive possessions back-to-back.
A little pop fly, and the up man, one of the big guys, not able to handle it. And I think that was Nathan Garibay with the recovery. Number 9, the junior wide receiver. So Bulldogs, who have done a fairly good job of getting turnovers last couple of weeks, aside from creating their own, able to get a good takeaway, and offense is back on the field, on the plus side of the field for of the Rams.
They'll start from the S&S 48-yard line. That's how many yards they got to get to pay dirt. Knox Bounds in the backfield. He gets the carry here on first down. Breaks out to the near side. Look out. Finally, leg tackled at the 35-yard line.
Touchdown, Bulldogs.
Gain of 13 on Knox Bounds' first carry of the night. And that's a chain banger. That'll move up to the 35.
Bounds with a big gainer. He's averaging 8.9 yards a carry.
Yeah, coming into tonight, he's over 9 now.
Yeah, big gainer there.
Pistol formation. Bender in the gun. Bounds behind him. Faking it to Cross. Bender's going to keep it around the left edge. Stiff arms a man down. Sit down. There goes Bender. To the 15, to the 10, to the 5. Knocked down at the goal line. And they're going to say he got down at the 5.
Take the end around to Cross, and Bender, who has not had a lot of lanes open for him. They're in non-district. A gaping hole on the left side of that offensive line. and then knocked out right before he gets inside the 5-yard line.
So far, so good. A look for Howe. And they'll go wild dog here. Bender under center sends a man in motion, and Bender's going to try to sneak it. He'll inch his way a little bit closer down to the 3-yard line, a gain of 2. And they'll bring up 2nd and goal.
They rush to the line there and try to see if they catch the Rams sleeping. Able to nudge their way for about a yard or 2. A lot of personnel changes on this play.
Scoreboard was flashing there for a minute. It is flashing. Maybe the storms we had that came through here the other night may have done some damage. Same look, I formation under center. Bender handoff, Bounds up the middle, Bound leaping, and he is in. Touchdown time in Texas. The Howe Bulldogs punch it in again and lead this football game 14-0, awaiting an PAT.
Old school football, I formation. Gage Carr, the lead back, right behind the right guard, Large Marge, and in for the touchdown. Make S&S pay for the turnover on that earlier kickoff.
So it looks like second baseman Fernando Sanchez will come in to try to boot through the PAT this time instead of the 2-point conversion. Cross to hold. The snap is back. It's on the tee. The kick is up. A low line drive kick is up, and it is true. 15-0. Howe leads here in the first. We'll be back right after this.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrRedInsurance.com.
Second baseman Fernando Sanchez will do the kicking here on the Tech Wave kickoff. We've got 2 Kingdom Inflatables scoring drive recaps to give to you. The first score for Howe was 5 plays, 55 yards, capped off by a 53-yard reception by Riken Cross from Deacon Bender. And the second touchdown was 4 plays, 48 yards, capped off by a 3-yard touchdown by Knox Bounds. Leaps and bounds. Sanchez kick, a low kick, going to bounce a couple of times to the 27-yard line, picked up by Orr, coming near side, escaping, trying to find this near corner. He's got the 45 and slung down there. Nice open field tackle for the Howe Bulldogs, and on the tackle was Jaden Alcorn. And S&S, for the first time tonight, will set up shop on offense. That we're guessing somewhere about the 9-minute mark in the first quarter.
I was going to guess 8, yeah, somewhere in there.
So 1st and 10, they'll have it at their own 47-yard line, moving from our right to our left towards the concession stand, headed toward that north end zone. They come out with Corville in shotgun formation, 2 receivers to the right, and a slot back near side. Howe may have jumped off sides, no whistles, and Corville's going to keep it himself up the middle. He'll gain a yard, maybe 2, up to about the 40. They're going to spot it at the 48-yard line, so a gain of 1.
Yeah, I'm surprised that S&S didn't snap the ball when Howe came across. They could have got a free play out of it. Bulldogs have to keep an eye on that, try to stay disciplined.
Corville wants it again. Howe showing pressure, rolls back. Corville under pressure, throws. It's going to be caught
down the field. I believe that's Orr who makes the catch, a good gainer, about 2 yards shy of the first down. Corville was in all kinds of pressure after the ball rolled back to him.
He had to field it like a ground ball, and luckily he's able to barely get that off. I think that was to Brandon Petty, the senior receiver.
It was Petty.
And
that's petty of you to bring that up and overrule me on that.
That's a heads-up play there by Orville.
3rd down and 2. Corville in the gun. 2 receivers either side. Corville is going to keep it himself. Slung down behind the line of scrimmage. No, sir. 3rd down. Or 4th down, rather.
Charles Furr knifing his way to that linebacker spot, was not letting. He knew what was coming. And Furr able to lead the pack as they drop Orville back at the line of scrimmage.
4th and about 3.
4th down and about 3 yards. The Rams.
And Garrett Rogers will go back to return this Hunter Corville punt. Rogers will stand at about his own 15-yard line on the left hash, on the far hash, as that is exactly where Corville will punt from. He runs a little bit to his right, end-over-end kick's going to bounce at the 20, take a good roll, and it's going to be fielded by Rogers at the 6-yard line, coming near side, trying to find the 20, does, cuts it up, 25, 30, and runs into a pile of humanity at the 30-yard line.
Rogers returning the punt back.
Angled all the way from the far side to the near side. I think he almost got tackled by one of his own guys. There was a white jersey there, but there's a black jersey, and then they got pushed into Rogers.
There's also a flag.
And I think it's going to be maybe a block in the back by S&S.
We're sorting it out. Officials are still talking about this. Hey, Malin, while they're talking about this flag, tell us about the crowd. Have you seen a crowd like that? Of course, you've been on the field, but you don't get these crowds very often here at Bulldog Stadium, do you?
That's certainly right. This homecoming game is just always something special. You only get one per season, so you got to take advantage of it. And the Bulldogs have something. You cannot write a better start for this opening drive and this opening first quarter.
So the penalty is going to go against Howe. Instead of having it at 30, I'm afraid he's going to stop walking at about the 15-yard line. And that's where the official will put it down, and that's James Frederick Hollins. Actually, that's umpire Terrence Wright who sets the ball down at the 15. So Howe will start with 85 yards to go on their 3rd possession. Already have scored twice on the first 2 possessions. Man in motion is Cross. He gets the carry from right to left, trying to find the far edge, has a first down and more, has some space to the 33-yard line. And Cross, we begged for it. How are we going to see Ryken Cross get some space? Because that's where he's so dangerous. And so far, he's had lots of space early on.
It's like they're committed to get him some touches one way or the other. Had Ryland Strong out there lead blocking as he tried to get around that corner. That play hasn't been there much this season. First time he's got that much yardage, I believe, on a run.
1st and 10 from the 30, left to right goes Howe. Bounds in the backfield. Deacon Bender, deep ball. It gets away from him. This is a jump ball, and Ryland Strong goes over the top. Tries to haul it in, but also playing defense there. So the ball slipped out of the hands of Bender, and it was wobbly from the get-go.
One-on-one coverage downfield. Petty, the defensive back, right there with Strong as he went up for it. Just couldn't bring it in.
So 2nd and 10 coming up. Eli Stoner will be split out wide to the right. Bounds in the backfield, gets the carry on 2nd and 10. Knifing through the middle. Another good gain. Still going. This may be a first down run. What an effort. And it is first down. 10 yards for Knox Bounds.
Bounds right between the tackles. And then as he got hit, he kind of carried the pile for an extra 2 or 3 yards. Bounds runs with a lot of power.
1st and 10. Still having scoreboard issues here at Bulldog Stadium, but I know they're working on it. Man in motion. And this is Cross going back from the one side to the other. Has a first down. Cross, he's so fast to the 40 and out of bounds, and a late flag comes down near the out of bounds marker. In the area where Cross was pushed out. And we'll have to check and see. There's no team is indicating one way or the other whether it's going back or forward.
I think it's going to be a holding against Howe, and it's going to be close to the end of the play.
If it is a hold, it'll go back to near midfield.
And also, after that play, Cross was out of bounds, and one of the S&S defenders, I couldn't quite see who, but he pushed him after that, and there was just a little bit of chippiness back and forth between them. Might want to check on that throughout the game and just see if that kind of ramps up.
Ball spotted at the 49-yard line of Howe, a yard shy of midfield. Ryland Strong split out wide right. I can't see over there. I think that's Buttery split out wide to the left. Here's Bounds on the carry again. Runs behind his shoulder pads and picks up the first down to the 45-yard line on the S&S side.
Picks up a first down for the Bulldogs.
Bounds did a good job just kind of waiting for his holes and blocks to materialize. I noticed they got Ryland Strong one-on-one coverage over to that right side with Petty. There's no safety over the top, or at least not on that last play. It's one-on-one coverage. I wonder if they try to go long with him again.
Bender in the gun, looks that way. Quick pass over to Ryland Strong into traffic, and it's going to be, is it intercepted? It's intercepted. It bounced around about 3 or 4 times off of 3 or 4 white jerseys. And it ended up in the arms of one of them.
Intercepted by the Rams.
And I believe it ended up in the arms of Noah Rondu, the linebacker.
They try to go to a quick slant.
Or Rondo.
Yeah, I don't know either. I was wondering about that myself. They try to go a quick slant there to Strong. Petty was right in coverage. And Strong not able to bring it in. It may have been a little bit behind him. And once that ball was on the ricochet, as you said, there's about 3 or 4 white jerseys that had almost hit the ground. Almost none of them caught it, but when Rondu was able to come up with it at the last second. But Bender trying to squeeze it in to Strong.
I'm going to call him Rondo. It's Ronduea. So we're going to say he's from New Orleans. Handoff up the middle. Not much doing there. Big pile, but the pile is moving. And it stops after about a 3 or 4 yard gain up to the 38-yard line. And the Howe band rocking the tomahawk chop tonight.
I like it.
Tackle by the entire Bulldogs.
2nd down and 6 coming up for S&S. They are moving right to left. They already have their split outs wide, so the interior huddle up, much like Howe has been doing. Corville's going to keep it himself, coming near side, trying to find that corner. Is pushed out of bounds, and he might have a yard up to the 40.
Corville, one of their main catalysts on this offense as well. Corville's almost like an Austin Haley. I feel like he's been on varsity for S&S for like 5 years, 6 years. He's been a big contributor for them the last few years.
Speaking of Austin Haley now at Kansas State.
Playing baseball, right?
Baseball.
Wow.
That sucker, if he don't watch out, he's going to mess around and get drafted here. He is tearing it up. 3rd and 5, 3rd and 4.5. Corville in the gun, drops, actually he just steps and throws, and that's Petty right at the line, and I think he did not bring that in. The ball escaped as he was hit about the same time as he was trying to bring it in. Charles Furr was right there, the linebacker.
13, Braxton Buttery, defensive.
Actually, that may have been Buttery, I believe.
Buttery was in the conversation, but Charles Furr was right there.
Good job. Either one able to knock that away as the receiver caught that.
Ball spotted at the 40. It's 4th down, and Rogers will go back to receive a punt who stands at his 30-yard line. Corville did not get a good kick. Off the side of his foot, it's going to bounce. You got to stay away from it. And Buttery did not know where the ball was, and it landed close to him. But as it stands, it's about a 10-yard punt, and Howe will have the football on the S&S side of the field at the 48-yard line.
There's a flag. Roughing the kicker.
Uh-oh.
That may be enough for the first down.
It would be. It certainly would be.
I believe that was Mejia.
Yeah, I think so. And I almost thought he got
away with it.
Well, maybe got away with it, or maybe he got a hand on the ball the way it fell off, but that could have just been the way he hit him. But the officials are having a conversation about it.
Well, the official, I remember, looked at it, and he waited about 2 seconds before he finally threw the flag.
Well, the punt went straight up as if it may have had a hand on it. It may not have been just off the side of the foot.
Which would not be a penalty if he did tip it.
Yeah, the Mad Honduran might have actually touched the ball, which forced it to go straight up like that. If that's the case, there's no foul.
Check our video replay.
And the officials are still talking about it.
Coach Smith wants an explanation.
And S&S appears to be, well, I thought for a moment they were walking off the field and they know what the penalty is, or are they? We have an official timeout still. Both coaches getting explanations from the officials.
I think the problem is I'm not sure if the officials know what happened on the punt. I just looked at the replay. It's still really hard to tell, even there, if he got a hand on the ball or if he just hit his leg, which caused him to punt it like that.
Yeah, it was a pop fly type of punt.
Well, the officials have moved the ball to the 45-yard line, and that indicates that the penalty will stand. But now referee Scott Slayton is going over to talk to Coach Dan Pike. But here we go from the 45. So the penalty stands apparently. Oh boy.
Held him out. I wonder if Coach Pike, he kind of looked frustrated. I wonder if he thought it was maybe supposed to be a personal foul.
Yeah, maybe that was more of the debate, running into the kicker versus roughing the kicker.
So here comes S&S with a new fresh set of downs. Corville in the gun. Rondo to his right, dropping back. Corville wants to throw deep ball, right side, nobody there. And now a flag is down around Joe Orr and Gage Carr. Gage Carr is going to get called for either holding, has to be holding. You would think it's holding.
It's something because the back judge and the side judge both threw flags high up in the air and about 15 yards out.
Yeah, those flags got bugs all over them now.
And this is something Howe did such a good job of last week. I know they didn't have the best performance, but they only had 4 penalties on the night, and this is 2 already. 2 in a row.
And Gage Carr puts his palms to the air as he talks to Garrett Rogers. And the officials will move the ball forward up to the 45-yard line in Howe territory. So a 10-yard penalty indicates a defensive holding call. So here we go again, 1st and 10 for S&S, right to left. Corville wants it 5 yards away from the ball in shotgun. And he's going to, he's going to be tackled for a loss, but I'm trying to figure out if that is Corville or not. I did not think it was.
I believe it was.
Yes, it was. It was Corville. So that'll be a loss of about 4.
Jacob Griffo, Jameer Brown, both in on the read option. We're not fooled at all. And as soon as Corville tried to keep it, they were right there to bring him down behind the line of scrimmage. 4-yard loss.
Does anybody know when the first quarter will end?
I don't know.
Do we just keep playing?
It's throwing me off for sure.
2nd down and 14. Corville handoff, and he is hit hard. And that is Rondo with the carry. About a 3-yard gain, but he paid the price. Maybe 2 yards. As they'll spot it at the 47. He was hammered. So Howe had held S&S, forced them to punt, but then you get the running into the kicker penalty, which gave him a 1st down. and then the Gage Carr holding penalty, and that's how S&S is on the Howe side. 3rd and long. Hunter Corville running for his life, turns the corner, throws on the run, and that's a beautiful catch on the far side. And that's got to be Orr on the catch. And it is, as he'll be spotted at the 30-yard line. Gain of 17 on what looked like a busted play as Corville was flushed out of the pocket rolling right.
Real good pass rush by the Bulldogs, and Corville able to find Orr downfield and convert that 3rd down as it looks like we're ending the 3rd quarter.
No, I think Howe's called a timeout. We'll take 1-2. We'll be back in 60 seconds.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
Thanks for joining us on this homecoming Friday night. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Jake Roberts, Stephen Braswell, and Malin Walker. It's 1st and 10 for S&S, moving right to left towards the north end zone. As the clock is not working and they're keeping the clock on the field. And with that, we don't know how much time is left in the first quarter. But it's 1st and 10. Offset eye look. Flag down as Howe may have jumped, going for the free play, deep ball in the end zone, and it's incomplete. No, it was not Orr. The intended receiver might have been, who was that, Justin? I did not.
I can't see from that side. It may have been
Jordan Winborn.
I'm going to say Elisha Gentry, maybe? Yeah.
That's what it was. It was Gentry.
Number 10. Orr was over there, though, because both of them went long. They went deep when they knew they got Howe jumped off sides.
So with the offsides penalty, it's now 1st and 5 at the 25, at the Howe 25. Man goes in motion out of the backfield. Corville drops back 3 steps. Flushed out of the pocket, throws it out of bounds. And it'll be 2nd down and 10. That's a senior quarterback. You can tell the difference in the young quarterbacks and the old quarterbacks, because when they get in trouble, they'll just heave it out of bounds instead of trying to make something happen. Smart play there by Corville.
Did a good job. It was man-to-man coverage, and Bulldogs had the receivers blocked up pretty good, and with the pass rush coming, Corville made a smart decision by throwing that away and not taking the sack.
Same type of formation here with an offset eye pistol. Corville will hand it up the middle. And not much doing there. Back to the line of scrimmage at the 25-yard line. Might have lost a yard to the 24. So the defense is, other than, the penalty and a couple of penalties here, defense is playing pretty well.
Yeah, that interior line is really stiffened up.
3rd down and 6.
Griffo and Jameer Brown that's been playing lights out tonight.
Corville's going to keep it and roll out near side, throws on the run, incomplete. His intended receiver was Brody Colwell, but threw it closer to his feet than his chest. And it's 4th down. What do you do here, Justin?
I think you go for it. I mean, I'm going to say probably maybe a slant across the middle.
Ball spotted at the 16-yard line, 17-yard line.
Keep an eye on Orr. Orr's the go-to guy.
Corville wants it, gets it, drops back, 3 steps. Steps up in the pocket. He's got some room to run, makes a cut, got a first down. I believe he has the first down. It may be close, but right at the 20, and they do signal first down. So a 4-yard run by Corville moves the sticks. And S&S has owned this entire back half of the first quarter.
They're taking advantage of the penalties, the gifts that have been given to them, converting third downs, fourth downs.
Just methodical. This is the 12th play of the drive for S&S. 3 receivers right, 1 at the bottom. On the run is Corville rolling, throwing, and it's incomplete near the sticks. And that again is intended for Orr. It'll be 2nd down and 10. And they're converting by, it's almost like the old slot T method. It takes 4 downs to get a first down. 13th play of the drive coming up.
But I will say a lot of Corville's passes are either he's flushed out of the pocket or maybe they're just sprint outs, roll outs. He's not having really a clean pocket to throw.
The defense has got to get off the field here. 2nd down and 10. Handoff, Rondo, 4 yards, 3 yards, 2 yards? Okay, now they say 3.
About 7.
All right, and this will probably be a 4-down territory.
Hey, here's a new wrinkle. Do you like this from the Howe band?
I like that.
3rd down and 7. Corville looks right, throws right, almost intercepted. Ball falls incomplete. Having a chance to pick it off was Rylan Strong. It was a quick slant to the inside, and Strong had a chance and got his hands on it. It's 4th down.
Strong, good coverage there on the quick slant. And Orr, it was thrown a little bit behind Orr, and almost similar to the interception that was thrown earlier by Bender. Off the ricochet, almost intercepted by the Bulldogs.
It's still 15-0. And it feels like a year ago since Howe's had the ball. 4th down and 8. Corville drops back in the pocket now. It's flushed out of the pocket. It's going to run up the middle. Got some room to the 5, dancing to the 4, down at the 3. They've had lots of success when things go wrong, and Corville just tucks it and runs up the middle.
It's like Corville does a better job when things break down. He feels the pressure in the pocket, and you can tell he's a senior just by his pocket presence. He feels the pressure, feels the pocket closing in, and then runs, and there's nobody in the middle. They're going to probably, I wonder at some point if they try to get a spy or anything on him.
Well, the defense looks tired. This is the 16th play of the drive coming up.
And we don't know how many minutes it's been.
I mean, we got to be ending the first quarter here, right?
I bet they're waiting. They're S&S is waiting, so it's probably into the first now.
That's the end of. Is that the end of the first? We believe that's the end of the first quarter.
I think so.
Howe leads 15-0 at the end of 1. We'll be back into this timeout.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100. We're at the beginning of quarter number 2, and Howe leads 15-0. Thanks for joining us, Monty Walker, along with Justin White, Jake Roberts, Stephen Braswell, and Malin Walker. Malin, let's talk to you, our Love Cottage sideline reporter. Give us an assessment of this first quarter and what you've seen.
Howe's done really good on the offensive side of the ball. S&S has done a great job on capitalizing on the defensive mistakes, whether that be penalties or being a senior quarterback, making an assessment on the defensive pressure and turning it into big yardage.
Thank you, Malin. S&S and Howe back on the field. They'll switch around now. Howe moving towards the south end zone at the 3-yard line. 16th play of the drive for S&S. Corville goes under center with a stacked backfield. Turns around, he's going to run the bootleg to the right side, and he is going to be brought down by Gage Carr. Sit down, young man. Great play by Carr, the linebacker, scraping over to make that play. And this is the 17th play of the drive coming up.
The play action or just a design run, bootleg. And it was Gage Carr. He was the only guy over there who was going to be able to make the tackle. If he didn't make the tackle, Corville was going to walk in.
Loss of 4.
Good job by Carr to stay with it and bring down Corville, who's been very slippery.
Boy, that if they don't score on this drive, that could be the play of the game. Same formation, and now a flag. It was going to be a quick pass to the inside, but flags before this one got underway. It's going to be against Howe.
Offside. I thought it was a false start.
And I think that puts Howe now at 4 penalties on this drive to 4 penalties in the game last week for the Bulldogs.
And so S&S will have it at the 2.
Well, S&S knows they've got something here with the cadence, with the snap count, where they can get a free play and draw them off sides.
Well, that can't be right. They'll spot it at the 4. Okay. Full house backfield. Corville rolls out right, throws it on the run in the end zone. Easy touchdown. Coldwell makes the catch about 2 yards deep on the S Bulldogs. But there's a flag down. Sloppy to open 7-3A Division II. And they're going to wave it off. So the most anticlimactic touchdown for S&S of all time, perhaps.
Good play action, good fake by Corville as he rolled out and able to hit Coldwell on the pass as he's coming across right there almost at the goal line, just inside the end zone. What a methodical, just a good sound drive by S&S.
17 plays.
Big response.
66 yards.
Uh-oh.
Some trickery here. Orr is going to jump pass over in the end zone for the 2-point conversion, and it's good. Orr was the holder. They snapped it back to him, and he just popped it over the line of scrimmage. And it's 15-8. Uh-oh. We'll be back in just a moment.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger! 15-8, our new score here at Bulldog Stadium after
your Kingdom Inflatables 17-play, 67 or 66-yard drive for S&S that Howe made numerous penalties to keep that drive going. It ended on a Corville to Caldwell touchdown of 4 yards and a 2-point conversion. It made it 15-8. Here's the Tech Wave kickoff, going to be taken by Rylan Strong at the 15-yard line. Coming up the left hash to the far side. He's got the 20, he's got the 25, 30, down the sideline, 40. Look out, near midfield is run out of bounds at the 47-yard line. A good return by Rylan Strong. And Howe will start in good field position.
Now Howe needs a good response here, a good drive, kind of keep that offense for S&S off the field, really give your defense a little bit more.
On the 46-yard line.
17-yard play that, how many minutes do you think that took? Game time.
I'm sorry.
How many minutes do you think they took on the drive by
S&S? There's no telling. That was probably,
7, 8 minutes?
7 minutes, yeah. I'm guessing. 8 minutes?
Yeah.
But Howe kept it alive. It wasn't like S&S. I mean, they had to punt almost immediately.
Yep, went 3 and out, I believe.
1st and 10, handoff to Knox Bounds, breaks out of a tackle, 50. Look out down the sideline, 40. Couple of men to beat, dances around 1, 25, down the sideline, 20.
Knox Bounds.
They'll give him the 23-yard line as Knox leaps and bounds, does it again. He was hesitant coming into the line of scrimmage and bounced it out and turned on the boosters.
Large Marge, Will Ingram, the right guard, came over there and made a good block, a good seal to give Bounds a running lane on that left side.
1st down and 10, pistol look, man in motion is cross. Bender's going to keep it up the middle, got a big seam, and he'll pick up enough yardage to get inside the 15-yard line to the 14. A 9-yard gain, close to a first. And 2nd down and short coming up.
Another great block by Large Marge, and then is that Gage Carr with a good block leading the way, helps get a big hole for Bounds.
Carr is on the field during that defensive drive. He's got to be extremely tired.
Definitely.
But he doesn't act like it here. Timeout's been called by one of them. We'll figure it out on the backside. We'll be right back.
Anchors with the Sea Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager-occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home. Here come the Bulldogs back on the field. Thanks for joining us. Monty Walker and Justin White, Jake Roberts, Stephen Braswell, and Malin Walker, your Studio 42 crew. Howe will have it 2nd down and 1 at the 15-yard line. Bender in the gun, sends cross in motion, hands to him. Looking for a block by Knox, gets it. On his way to the 5, inside the 5, being pushed by Large Marge, close to the end zone. They'll spot him at the 1. It was a tush push by Large Marge.
Especially at the end, cross of that in around, that little handoff around the right side, and got hit about the 3, and then Large Marge, Will Ingram pushing his way up to about 2 more yards. 1st and goal inside the 2, baby.
I think they've got it spotted at the 1, Justin.
Maybe. So far away from here.
They run to the line of scrimmage. Bounds in the backfield.
Bender under center, trying to sneak it across, talking about tush push. They pushed him right on in. Touchdown Bulldogs. It's touchdown time in Texas. 21-8, awaiting this whatever they're going to do. And the second baseman, Fernando Sanchez, comes on to at least attempt a PAT unless they do something crazy. 1 yard touchdown by Deacon Bender. Cross to hold. The kick is up, and it is through the uprights and good. 22-8. Interesting score at Bulldog Stadium on All-School Reunion Homecoming night. We'll be right back.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Mainline break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs. At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs. Welcome back. Your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap for Howe. Took 4 plays and 55 yards. And it was Deacon Bender on the tush push, a la Jalen. Here's a kick that's going to go out of bounds. Well, I thought it was going to go out of bounds. It was fielded right as it was going out of bounds, and that's Petty who fielded it, and he wants the flag. Sorry, young man, you can't catch it, go out of bounds, and expect the flag.
I know.
Just let it go out of bounds, and you'll get that flag.
Well, they'll still have pretty good field position at 38. Yeah. You got to let that go if you want the flag.
So they are spotting it at the 38. S&S moving left to right from our vantage point. We do have video tonight. Thank you to Centurion American for sponsoring our video broadcast. We've been trying to do this at all home games, but we've run into some snags. And a big thank you to Kevin Wilson, the superintendent, for working with us on this. Got us the high-speed internet needed to do so here at the stadium, and thanks to Coach Smith, who really pushed it through. 1st and 10, left to right. Corville wants it, gets it, hands. Rondo hit hard by Furr for a moment. He spins out of that tackle and gains 2 yards to the 40.
About 2 yards. He's up second.
Rondo running hard tonight. Hasn't got a lot of yards, but a lot of them have been off after contact.
Did you hear the story during the coaches show where Charles Furr's younger sister, Samantha Furr, who was a stud in youth football, absolute stud, and parents won't let her play high school football, obviously, right? She wants to play. And he asked her, hey, you want to put some pads on? And then she said yes, and then he had to backtrack a little bit. Orville's going to hand off, and this one's going nowhere. This one may go. He might get back to the line of scrimmage at the 40. And what Howe needs right here is to have a very quick and tidy defensive series.
Keyword on tidy. Without the penalties, the conversions, a nice 3 and out would be good here.
3rd down and long, and this was where they've done real well. It's usually Corville busting out of a pocket up the middle. And Howe was caught in the neutral zone but got back. Full house backfield. Some trickery. Corville going to catch it down the field at the 40. Foot race, and Ryland Strong will win that every day. He pushes Corville out at about the 15. They'll spot it at the 20, actually. A 20
Noah. That was a 40-yard gain.
That was a good gain. That was a good pass by Orr.
It's a halfback pass.
On the reverse, and the halfback pass by Orr, and pretty good accuracy. Get down to Corville, had to make the catch.
Timeout on the field.
There is a timeout on the field.
Coach Smith is timeout. He's hot.
Well, he's having a discussion with Ryland Strong. We'll keep it right here. Malin might be able to see what's going on there. He was right there with Ryland Strong. Ryland can be an emotional young man, and I think he was very emotional after that catch. Malin, were you there to see what was going on?
Well, I was there to see that maybe Ryland missed a step. So if he were to get emotional, maybe that was to be the reason why.
So he's mad at himself.
Yes, that's what I speculate.
Gotcha. So Howe comes back on defense. They're not wasting time. S&S is over there having a powwow. But the Bulldog defense is waiting on them. That's Brevin Mayo at defensive end on the field. Along with the Mad Honduran on the opposite side. That's Alex Mejia, of course. Corville and Rondo in the backfield. Rondo stands to the left side of Corville. He gets the hand here, and he's going to be knocked down pretty hard after a gain of maybe 3 up to the 18-yard line, maybe 2. Second down and 8 coming up for the Rams of S&S. That would be Sadler and Southwood. Howe owns the overall record with S&S 28-10, but also beat Sadler before the consolidation and are 1-0 against Sadler and 1-2 against South Maid. Corville wants to pass deep down the left side of the field, and it's caught, and I believe that's in the end zone for a touchdown. Beautiful pass by Corville, and guess who made the catch? None other than Joe Orr again. And Coach Smith talks about everything runs through Joe Orr. 14 catches for 237 yards, 2 touchdowns coming into this game, and add another touchdown there, 18 yards.
That was great touch on that pass. He beat Stoner. Cross was late to get over there in coverage to help out. Just dropped it in the bucket to Orr.
A timeout before a PAT. That's not normal. Let's take a quick timeout, maybe 30 seconds. We'll be right back. At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs. Boy, Corville put it on a pillow, didn't he?
He did.
Beautiful pass.
It was basically, you hear the cliche a lot, he put it in a place where only Orr could catch it.
And if you're wondering at home, Orr is spelled O-R-R. If you're an old Bulldog fan, you might remember Ricky Orr back from the 1970 regional championship team. Corville's kick is through the uprights and good. 22-15, it's a 1-touchdown game. We'll be back after this.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross-country and long-distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum, senior basketball player and leading strikeout softball pitcher.
I'm Dylan Patterson, graduating football player and powerlifter.
I'm Ayla Jones, class of 2026 volleyball player.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for the support of Howe student athletes and encourage anyone interested in helping to join. Go Dogs!
Getting ready for the Tech Wave kickoff. Your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap. 5 plays, 62 yards for S&S. They punch it in on an 18-yard pass from Corville to Orr. Here's your Tech Wave kickoff. It's going to go to Ryland Strong at the 20-yard line. Comes up the middle of the field, looking for a seam. Dances out of a tackler. Now he's got midfield. And he can scoot one man to beat. 15 down to the 20, and feet knocked out from under him at the 15-yard line. And another flag is down at the 44.
Yeah, and I saw that one come in as he was running. You kind of know what that's going to be.
Strong ran determined. I'm just almost mad.
Well, when he gets it, he's got a 6th gear.
He does.
You know,
I'd love to see him and Cross just get just a flat out 100-yard dash, just see what they can.
You know, I broadcasted a lot of 5A, 6A games doing Denison back when Corey Robertson and Anthony Hines and those cats, and some Sherman games, and they had some super speed. But I'm telling you, Ryland Strong is right there with them or a step ahead.
Really?
My goodness, he can scoot.
He's got 5A, 6A speed, huh?
He does. There's no question about it. They're going to spot this ball back at the 41-yard line. Is where Howe will start at their own 41 instead of at the S&S 15. That's a massive penalty.
Well, I talked about
44-yard penalty, I think.
I talked about in the pregame about how come here and need to respect your opponent. Don't come in here assuming this is just an easy win with an S&S team that, went 0-10 last season.
Back-to-back wins coming off of. I mean, they feel like world beaters.
Yeah, they're coming in with a lot of confidence, and you're coming against a Howe Bulldog team. They got beat pretty good last week.
Eli Stoner will split out wide to the right. Cross goes to the slot right. Buttery down at the bottom. Bounds gets the carry on first down. Runs behind his shoulder pass for 9 yards to midfield. He is racking up some yards. Not in the big spurt like he had a week ago in that 168-yard run, but he's getting 9-10 yards a pop. I'll be interested to hear the Braswell stats at half. Stats with Braz.
When you got large Marge coming across to make a good seal that left side.
Bender's going to keep it himself this time, and he's got a good open lane to the 35-30. Trying to scoot down to the 22-yard line.
Number 11, Deacon Bender picks up a Bulldog first down.
And that's dangerous when you can have that option of your quarterback being able to run like that. And there was a wide open lane. He was untouched until he got to the 22.
Jacob Griffo had a good block, the right tackle. The Bulldogs.
22-yard line.
28-yard run.
And that's what they've been wanting to get Bender open in space, and they just hadn't had that throughout the season.
Bounds will move over to the left side of Bender, who looks like he's changing the play. Snap back. Hands off to Knox Bounds, coming to the near corner. He's got the 5, got the 10, into the end zone. It's touchdown time in Texas. No flags. 22 yards for Knox, leaps and bounds. And Howe goes back up, or extends their lead, 28-15.
Bounds makes a living on that left side, gets the handoff. Ingram with a good block. And just gets right behind him and just able, and he gets the second level, and nobody's going to catch him as he runs down the sideline.
Second baseman Fernando Sanchez on for the PAT, cross to hold. The snap is back, it's on the tee, the kick is up, a low line drive, hits the right upright and bounces out. Uh-oh, that could be costly. As the score remains 28-15, a 13-point lead for Howe. We'll be back in 60 seconds.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni-owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
Getting ready for the Tech Wave kickoff. Sanchez boots a low line drive kick on the Tech Wave kickoff. Going to be fielded at the 25-yard line. Coming up the right hash and knocked down at the 35, 36, 37 is where S&S will start. Your Kingdom Inflatable Scoring Drive recap replays 59 yards for the Howe Bulldogs. It was Knox Bounds on a 22-yard touchdown. And the PAT was no good as it bounced off the right crossbar. 28-15, our new score. Malin, you have been on defense in the games like this where you're on the field a lot. What can that do? And I know y'all had some kind of saying of so many seconds of relentless effort. How can that wear you down?
It can wear you down in a lot of ways. It can wear you down in the physical end of just like your body giving out, but it can also wear you out in the mental end because a lot of these players, that go two ways. So you have to do this and do it again on the other side of down.
Here's Rondo on the handoff, and I think he'll get to 3 yards to the 40.
And I was just looking at the defense to see there's about 6 players on this defense that play both ways. Griffo, Patterson, Gage Carr, Stoner, Cross, Strong. Those guys are playing offense as well as defense. So you got to start wondering if we don't know how much time is left in the first half.
It's second down and 7. Corville fakes the hand, drops back to pass, throwing it over the head of Orr this time. In coverage was Eli Stoner, who had pretty good coverage there, but the ball was simply uncatchable out of bounds, and it'll be third down and 7. And watch out here, the big third downs. Howe has not been good in defending third downs, allowing 36% coming into the game. But fourth downs, 72% of the time, they've allowed a first down on fourth.
That's unbelievable.
Third and 7 here. Corville drops back, setting up the screen. Middle of the field is Orr, and a great open field tackle by Charles Furr. You can't play it much better than that.
Corville held on that as long as he could, got to Orr. Furr read it right away, and Furr, it wasn't a clean tackle, but he was able to kind of fall down enough to bring Orr down, not let him get anywhere after the catch.
Fourth down and 8, a yard loss on the screen, and Corville will punt this one away. Garrett Rogers goes back to stand at about his 30-yard line to bring it back.
Yeah, great tackle by Furr because he got past that and he was getting the first down.
On the near hash, Corville awaiting the snap. It's a low one, but he digs it out, and a sideways kick into the bleachers almost hits a cheerleader. That's, hey, being a punter, an old punter, you never want to hit a cheerleader.
Yeah.
You'll never hear the end of it.
The ball goes out of bounds at the 45-yard line.
So Howe will get the ball at the 45-yard line.
After one of the cheerleaders almost made the catch.
At the S&S 45.
This is a chance to really...
Actually spotted at the 43.
Really kind of instill your will in this game. Go up 3 scores.
Got to punch it in here, don't you?
Really do. It's like a
timeout. Timeout's been called.
We'll
take 1-2.
2-minute warning.
Oh, 2-minute warning. Okay, at least we know what time it is. 28-15. We'll be right back.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
Hey, Steve here, the crazy AC guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
First and 10 for Howe as the teams come back out on the field. How important is it to punch this one in right here? 2 minutes left to go in the first half.
Very important. You get the ball back at the start of the second half, so you've got a chance to get kind of back-to-back possessions and back-to-back scores if you do it right.
Bender wants it. Knox Bounds to his right. He'll drop back, now roll. Bender's going to tuck it, keep it. He's going to gain 5, 6, maybe. Wrestled out of bounds at the 37-yard line.
7 yards on the play.
Gain of 6. It'll be second down and 4 is how quickly going to the line of scrimmage. Cross comes out in the slot. Now he goes in motion behind everybody. Handoff to Bounds, left guard. Still pushing the pile. And he has a first down at the 30, so a 7-yard gain for Bounds. And he can get 7 anytime he wants.
Well, said he come in averaging about almost
8.9.
8.9, almost 9 yards. Uh-oh.
The ball goes over Bender, and he's going to fall back on it. Smart move to just fall on it at the 45, and Howe going a little rapidly. Went a little bit too rapidly, and it was snapped, and Bender wasn't ready for it. That's a big loss back to the 45. 15 yards.
And you're removing the ball. That's what happens, when you go a little too fast. You don't get everybody on the same page. You have penalties and mishaps, and there's a miscue right there. Drops you way back behind the sticks.
Timeout's been called by Howe, I believe. The ball's at the 44. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back.
Hey, Steve here, the crazy AC guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
We come back to the field. Howe is now facing a second down and global wafers to get a first down. They come back to the line of scrimmage. Bounds to the left of Bender. And it's a reverse to Cross coming near side, trying to find a seam. He's got the 40, got the 35. Got a lot of it back. Cut it on the corner, and they'll say he stepped out of bounds at the 31-yard line thereabouts.
Back and cross.
So he gets 13 yards back, which will make a manageable third down and about 5. Nope, they're going to mark it. No, that's wrong. 3rd and 11, but still manageable.
And this is probably 4-down territory for them.
Give it to Knox.
And the clock stopped when he went out of bounds. At least it should have.
Snap back, handoff, Knox Bounds up the middle to the 25-yard line, 26-yard line.
Knox Bounds.
Gain of 5. That's one of his shorter gains of the night.
Brings up 4th down.
Yeah, I'll be curious. With Braswell at halftime, see what Bounds has in the rushing column. Big down, 4th down. They're going to let this go down a little bit. Are they kick a field goal?
Surely not. Play clock is at 9. It's ticking. So they're going to take another timeout. This would be the final. Surely it's their final timeout. Of course, we don't have the scoreboard to tell us. But Howe will take a timeout. We'll keep it here. Now, talk to our... Well, hang on a second. Let's talk to our Love Cottage sideline reporter, Malin Walker. Malin, it's 4th down and probably 6. What do you expect to see from Howe here?
I would expect to see maybe a short pass out of bounds. What they're doing here is they ran up the clock so that they can be able to score, and if they don't convert this, S&S does not have any time whatsoever to get points on the board.
A little bit of a chess match, Coach Smith.
So basically, playing keep away as best you can so that the Rams can't counter. But you gotta, if Howe converts here, they're gonna want some of that time back. But that's the game you play.
It's a gamble by the Deer Creek dealer.
The Deer Creek dealer. Bender in the gun, Knox Bounds to his right. Sends a man in motion his cross. He gets the carry. And he's got a little bit of seam. Makes a move at the 20, 15, 10, 5. Kiss him goodbye. Touchdown time in Texas. And the Deer Creek dealer did it again.
Put his chips in, and it paid off. Jackpot.
Put them all on the table, baby.
Those runs on the outside have been there all night long for Ryken Cross.
26 yards on the touchdown for Cross.
His second one of the night.
All he needs is a little bit of space. Now we're in an official's timeout because there's an injury on the field. The young man for S&S is laying directly on the bottom half of the E in Howe in the north end zone. So, man, you didn't need much time after all, did you?
Yeah, you took some time off in case you didn't make it. But yeah, if you convert the 4th down, you don't have very much time yourself. But who cares if you get the touchdown out of it?
Well, and I guess Malin was spot on.
Don't make his head bigger.
Too late.
So your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap, 6 plays, 67 yards for Howe. And it was a 26-yard touchdown on a reverse to Ryken Cross to punch it in. And he made a move at the 20 that would have made Elvis blush. Going for 2 here to get back on schedule. Bender will be in the gun. He's going to drop it for a moment, then look backside. All alone is Gage Carr, and he dropped it. 1 yard in the end zone. It hit his 4 on his chest, and it fell to the turf. So our score remains 34-15 with I don't know how much time left, but it ain't much. We'll be right back.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger! Welcome back, Monty Walker along with Justin White, Stephen Braswell, Jake Robertson, Malin Walker. Our new score is 34-15 after the 26-yard reverse to Riken Cross, who made a cut. Put that toe in the ground at the 20, and he was off to the races. Here's second baseman Fernando Sanchez to do the Tech Wave kickoff. Kick it deep, young man, and he kicks a low line drive kick, going to be taken at the 30, coming down the sidelines. And hit out of bounds hard by Deacon Bender at the 40. And slow to get up is the S&S Rams Joshua Simpson, as Bender put the wood to him. Bender, the quarterback. Y'all heard me, right?
I did. I've been watching the SS player. Who was that? Who we said that was?
Simpson.
Simpson, slow to get back up. I was just kind of watching him as he got up from the Howe sideline.
I think maybe some of us not talking right there was maybe we felt that hit a little bit.
Maybe so.
We felt it all the way up here.
Yeah, we got a little. I need to go get an adjustment after that one.
Well, and then that run from Cross, that move he put on the defender also left me a little speechless.
Brings up first and 10 for the Rams at the 41.
Talking about the cross cut at the 20.
Yeah,
put his foot in the ground on the right hash, and whew, something to behold. First and 10, left to right goes S&S just moments before the half, and here is getting away. That's Corville, and he's off to the races. He gets Strong turned around, but Strong brings him down at the Howe 30. And again, Corville moves the sticks in a big amount of yardage, as he's done quite a few times tonight.
That read option, Howe bid on that. And another touchdown saving tackle by Ryland Strong. How many times has he done that this season?
Now at the 30, Corville drops back, rolls out of the pocket, fires it deep down the field on the right side, and it's in and out of the hands of Ryland Strong. He had a chance to intercept that at the 4-yard line and just dropped it. He had a gnat in his eye. I'm going to blame it on the gnats. They're everywhere down there.
Well, I think Joe Orr kind of hit Strong right as he tried to catch that at his highest point. Orr playing a little bit defensive back to keep from Strong, because he threw that and the whole stadium thought that it was going to come out the interception.
I'm not sure Corville's arm wasn't hit.
Maybe.
It looked a little off. Here's Corville wanting to throw again under pressure. Fires it deep down the sideline, and his receiver just fell down. He's looking for a flag as Orr, but good coverage there by Riken Cross.
Well, he got rid of that, and Charles Furr coming on a late blitz right up the gut and hammered Corville as he released that.
Not knowing exactly how much time is left, you don't know what S&S is planning to do here on third down. At some point, you may not want to give Howe the ball back, but I can't imagine there's that much time left. Again, the scoreboard has malfunctioned tonight. So it's third down and 10 at the Howe 30. Dropping back is Corville. 5-step drop. Fires it deep down the field, middle of the field. Riken Cross goes up and knocks it down. Swatted it away with his right hand, and that's a beautiful job of defense by Riken Cross, and it's 4th and 10. And the dreaded 4th down.
What's that?
The dreaded 4th down.
Yes. Well, Cross has been the MVP offensively and defensively tonight. He's had a couple pass breakups. He's obviously scored twice at least.
And we're still in the first half, but you're exactly right about MVP of the first half for sure. Corville drops back on 4th and 10, rolls out of the pocket, throws out of bounds or near out of bounds. Howe will get the football back here at their own 30, but we don't know how much time's left. And if there's not that much left, you might just see a knee
Well, based off the play calling by S&S right there, they just kind of threw it to the end zone 3 straight times, leading me to think that there's not a lot of time left on the clock.
Well, do we have a Deer Creek dealer moment again?
Well, it's one thing to be aggressive. It's another thing to be smart. Now, we're up here. There's a reason we're up here, and he's down there, but
we'll see what they do.
Bender's got an arm. He can throw it.
2 receivers will line up on the right side. Buttery split out wide to the left.
And S&S is playing way back. They're playing 20 yards off the line of scrimmage.
Hand off to Knox Bounds. Left side, breaks out. Gets a good block from Large March. Cuts it inside, still going, 40. Near midfield at the 47-yard line.
Number 5, Knox Bounds.
Gain of 17.
I think that's it. Maybe not.
Howe, I can't imagine has any timeouts left.
17 on the play.
We don't know.
They just called one, I believe.
Coach Smith is upset at the official. Howe was trying to get one more play in.
You know, he's even if he didn't have a timeout in his pocket, and he's having a conversation with Coach Pikus, I think
there may be some frustration from both coaches. They don't know what time.
They don't know how many timeouts they have, so they're going to the locker room. I think Coach Smith tried to call a timeout there. He didn't have one in his pocket. But giving, you know, he doesn't have a scoreboard to look at.
It's interesting. Both coaches, Coach Pike and Coach Smith, are looking over at each other with their hands in the air and just trying to figure out how much time is left. Apparently there was none.
Well, Justin White, it is 34-15. You happy with that?
I am. I feel like it should be more. You kind of S&S is hanging in there, but I feel like they're kind of hanging in by a thread. You get the ball in the second half to start the second half, and that's your chance to kind of put your foot on their throat, so to speak, and really start to put this game away and kill their will.
How would have given up one score if it weren't for the long 17-play, 67-yard drive that Howe kept giving them first downs on penalties and things like that. So we've got a great halftime show for you. Got a bandsman of the week who may be the homecoming king. And we have a great volleyball spotlight as well. So sit back, relax, enjoy yourself. We'll be back on the backside. See you in just a bit.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager-occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All-in custom gutters and Christmas lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All-in custom gutters and Christmas lights.
Listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Today's Bandsman of the Week is brought to you by All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, a firefighter family-owned business. Call them at 903-819-9183. Now let's join Monty Walker with this week's Bandsman of the Week.
This week's Bandsman of the Week is Felix Vasquez. So when did you start school and how?
Third grade.
What do you remember about third grade?
I was very quiet. Yeah.
What about your teacher? You have any idea who your teacher was then?
I do. It was Miss Biscaro.
Okay. So you first went out for band in the 5th grade, ended up with the trombone from the outset. What is it about the trombone that you like?
It's different. Everything else kind of can be the same, do the same things. With the trombones, different. It's got the slide. It's cooler, I think.
So you had a solo in the 2023 performance. Did that help you with your confidence overall?
Yeah, because when you're playing in front of a stand full of people, you kind of just got to not focus on what you mess up on. You just got to do your best. And ever since then, I really don't care if I mess up.
So you were once a Rookie of the Year your freshman year, and now you're the band president as a senior. Talk about your leadership in this program.
Yeah, I think it's just because I relate to the band members a lot. I understand where they come from, and I feel like since I can do that, I can be a good voice for them.
Homecoming week this week, and you're the homecoming king nominee. Did you see that coming?
Oh, not at all. Not at all. No. I thought it was not a chance.
You're listening to Bandsman of the Week. Felix Vasquez will be right back. All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni-owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. We're speaking with Bandsman of the Week, Felix Vasquez. Miss Liz says you were once super shy, quiet guy, but have now found your voice. Is that fair to say?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
She also says that other students respect you because of your servant's nature. What is it that you do for others?
I speak for them. I'm a voice. I feel like I understand a lot where they come from. And like when they have gripes, I can understand. I can relate to them. I can help give them solutions.
So being a freshman Rookie of the Year, I would imagine that you can tell freshmen, hey, this is how you get from point A to point B. Would that fair to say?
Yeah, definitely. I think I understand like freshman mindset, and I can help them like just be the best they can be.
Do you ever think about the legacy of the band and where this program has been? 3 state titles, quarter century worth of state finals and stuff like that.
Every once in a while, because there's some expectations, but I always think that we can get as far, if not farther than that, and we can always improve on the legacy of the band.
You're going to have a huge home crowd Friday night. It's an all-school reunion, so a lot of people coming back. Tell those who haven't seen the show what they expect to see.
Some good music and some great marching and a good show. Something you can definitely enjoy no matter what.
What's the goal for this year's band?
Get as far as possible. As far as possible. Obviously, the big goal is to go win down there, but really, that takes a lot of work. And as long as we improve along the season, I feel like our goals will be met.
That's Felix Vasquez, your Bandsman of the Week.
Today's Bandsman of the Week is brought to you by All-In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, a firefighter family-owned business. Call them at 903-819-9183. You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni-owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger! From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward. South State Bank. Member FDIC.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp hour available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Let's join Monty Walker with the Anchors Boat and RV Storage Lady Bulldog Spotlight.
This week's Lady Bulldog Spotlight is Jaylee Yowell. And when did you start school in Howe?
In first grade.
Where were you for kindergarten?
Sherman.
So you got here pretty quickly. Do you remember your first grade teacher?
My first grade teacher was Miss Gardner. I loved her. She was very sweet. She was a great teacher.
When did you start playing volleyball?
In third grade, I think.
So you have a new head coach and Coach Lambert. How's that change been?
He's the best thing that Howe volleyball could have gotten. He is a great coach, and yeah.
What's the hardest class you have right now?
Right now, I'd have to say Miss Pickett's, our English teacher. English hasn't always been my best class, but making it through.
So what about your favorite teacher right now?
My favorite teacher is Coach Forkiller. She's a great teacher. She's fun to talk to. She really relates to students, so...
We're going to take a quick break. You're listening to Lady Bulldogs Volleyball Spotlight. Jaylee Yowell. We'll be right back.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp hour available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
We're visiting with Lady Bulldogs Volleyball Spotlight, Jaylee Yowell. Now, you're a sophomore. How has the season gone so far?
It's been great. Definitely way better than we were last year, and we're making improvements every single day at practice, and I think it's going to be a very good season.
In your life, who's someone you look up to?
Definitely my aunt. She takes care of me. She's a great role model. She's very hardworking.
What other activities are you involved with at Howe High School?
I'm with the band. I ran track. I'm also a captain of varsity for cheer.
So you're a sophomore, and you're a captain of varsity for cheerleading. Is that common?
No, it was actually a rule for the longest time that sophomores weren't allowed to be captain, but they changed that rule, and I'm captain.
Well, there you go. Maybe you made the rule. Siblings? Anybody?
Yes, I have one older sister. Her name's Jaden. She's 20 years old. She's a great role model.
What's the goal for this volleyball season?
I think our goal is just to play as hard as we can, win as many games as we can, hopefully make it to playoffs. Howe hasn't been to playoffs since like a while, so hopefully we can make it there.
I know you're only a sophomore, but have you thought about life after Howe High School and maybe where you want to go, what you want to do?
So I want to go to college, hopefully make the cheer squad for college. I want to study to be a radiologist and have a bunch of pets.
And have a bunch of pets. You want to be a captain at college on maybe you're a freshman there in college and a captain on the cheer squad?
Oh, of course.
All right, that's your Lady Bulldogs Spotlight, Jaylee Yao.
Tonight's Lady Bulldog Spotlight has been brought to you by Anchors Boat and RV Storage. You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at mredinsurance.com.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Now let's go back to the stadium with Justin White, Malin Walker, Jake Roberts, and Stephen Braswell.
Welcome back to Howe. Howe in front in this one, 34-15 over S&S as the Howe band takes the field. Let's go over some stats with Raz.
Yes.
The band is under the
looking pretty good so far for game number 5 here. We've got for Howe, passing wise, Bender is 1 for 4 for 53 yards. The Rockencross 53-yarder is the big one. Rush-wise, 24 rushes, 264 yards. So we're getting 11 yards of rush approximately.
A lot more efficient than last week.
Yes, we are. And also, you got 15 first downs so far in the first half. First half offense total, 317 yards. That is more than any other full game we've had.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Looking good so far.
Well, I guess the Bonham game was cut a little short, but still.
Yeah, we had a quarter and a half on that. So, as far as S&S goes on their team stats, they're 6 of 17 for 83 yards on passing. The rushing is 16 for 58 yards, and they've had 8 first downs. I apologize, 8 first downs, and a total of 131 yards offense.
Yeah, so they've been fairly efficient as well.
Yes.
In this one.
So let's get toward some really interesting stats that regarding the Bulldogs' individual stats. Can you guess who leads the Bulldogs in rushing today?
Is it Knox Bounds?
It's Bounds.
Okay.
10 rushes, 123 yards. So he's averaging 12.3 yards per rush.
Yeah, and that's different than last week. Last week he might have been averaging that much, but it was just from the big runs. This time it's been more of like a ground and pound.
Yeah,
he's going to come right at you. He's going to get.
He's got holes opening up all over the place tonight. 2 touchdowns. Bender, second.
Yeah, that would have been my second guess.
Yeah, 7 rushes for 81 yards and a touchdown. Cross 4 for 70. So that is looking a whole lot better on him this week. 1 touchdown for him, and Ryland Strong has 1 for 2 yards. Passing wise, like I mentioned earlier, Bender he's 1 for 3 for 53 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. Receiving wise, we have Cross, the 1 for 53 yards and a touchdown. Getting over to S&S, their rushing wise, Corville leads them with 8 rushes for 44 yards. Rondo, 8 rushes for 14 yards. Passing wise, you got Corville 5 for 14 for 43 yards, 2 touchdowns. And Joe Orr he's actually thrown 2. He's 2 for 2. He's 1,000. And he is 43 yards, so that's where you're getting the 86 for them. Receiving wise, Corville has the 1 for 40. Joe Orr 3 for 34, 1 TD. Patty 1 for 7, and Colwell 1 for 2 with 1 touchdown. So that's our halftime stats.
Do you have any penalties? Do you have anything on penalties?
Yeah, I do, and I can tell you right quick on that.
And I know it was a lot worse for Howe.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it seems, though. Right now, there's 6 penalties for 47 yards.
Okay, that's not. Yeah, it does feel a lot worse than that. I think it's because they had that one drive where they just kind of.
They kept
having penalties.
About 3 of them on that one drive.
Yeah.
So, and S&S has 2 penalties for 24 yards. So.
All right, well, that was Stats with Brass. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back right after this.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Mainline break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is 1 call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs. At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs. Welcome back. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Jake Roberts, Malin Walker, and Stephen Braswell. We've got highlights just about ready for you as the Pride of Howe is doing their performance. We have video so you can see it. Now, we'll probably blur this out if you watch it after tonight because of the other opposing team probably won't want their stuff on film. So we'll blur it out just for grins and giggles. So let's start from the beginning. Howe won the coin toss. They wanted the ball first, and the Deer Creek dealer had pretty good vision going into this thing. They ran 3 plays before Bender hit cross. This is a pass to Ryken. Cross has a first down to the 40 down the sidelines. Kiss him goodbye. 10-5. Touchdown time in Texas. Howe is on the board first and strike from 53 yards. It was 3 plays, 55 yards. A 2-point conversion by Bender. Made it 8-0 with I don't know how much time because the clock didn't work in the first half. So we won't have times for you on these highlights. And how, instead of traditionally just kicking away, they decided, hey, we're going for throat. We're going for the jugular here, and they attempted an onside kick. And the kick is a onside kick. It's going to bounce at the 49. Howe says they may have the football. Indication so far, yes! Howe has the football and an onside kick. So that gave them the ball at the 48-yard line, and it only took them 4 plays, and Knox Bounds got his first touchdown of the evening. Under center, Bender, handoff, Bounds up the middle, Bound leaping, and he is in. Touchdown time in Texas. The Howe Bulldogs punch it in again and lead this football game 15-0 at that point. It looked like we were on for a rout, and who knows what the final score will be of this football game. But S&S had to punt after 4 plays on the next possession. Howe took it at their own 15-yard line and was intercepted. Looks that way. Quick pass over to Ryland Strong into traffic, and it's going to be, is it intercepted? It's intercepted. It bounced around about 3 or 4 times off of 3 or 4 white jerseys. Ended up in the hands of Rondo, who gave the ball back to S&S at their own 34-yard line. Now, this is where things went absolutely nuts. S&S went 3 and out. They punted it away. However, there was a penalty on Alex Mad Honduran Mejia for running into the kicker, which gave him an automatic first down. And then there was a flag on Gage Carr later on in a desperate situation for S&S. That gave them another first down, and they kept driving on that drive 17 plays and went 67 yards and finished on a 3-yard pass from Corville to Caldwell. Corville rolls out right, throws it on the run in the end zone, easy touchdown. Caldwell, and that made it 15-8 after a 2-point conversion jump pass over the middle by Joe Orr. So Howe took it at their own 45. They drove 55 yards, and it was a tush push for Deacon Bender. Bounds in the backfield. Bender under center, try to sneak it across, talking about tush push. They pushed him right on in. Touchdown Bulldogs. It's touchdown time in Texas. That made it 22-8 and would give S&S the ball back at the 38-yard line after the Tech Wave kickoff. They drove 5 plays, 62 yards, and narrowed the gap on an 18-yard touchdown pass from Corville to Orr, where Corville laid it on a pillow. Corville wants to pass deep down the left side of the field, and it's caught, and I believe that's in the end zone for a touchdown. That made the score 22-15. Howe took the ball back at their own 41-yard line, and they went 3 plays, 59 yards, and Knox Bounds was off to the races. Snap back, hands off to Knox Bounds, coming to the near corner. He's got the 5, got the 10, into the end zone. It's touchdown time in Texas. No flags. Howe missed the PAT, and the score remained at 28-15. S&S punted on their next possession, and then Howe took it at the plus 43, which I need to make a 43 yards instead of 67. My bad. Okay, so Howe took it at the 43-yard line of S&S territory and went 6 plays, 43 yards, and it was a 26-yard run by Ryken Cross. Sends a man in motion as Cross. He gets the carry, and he's got a little bit of seam. Makes a move at the 20, 15, 10, 5. Kiss him goodbye. It's touchdown time in Texas, and the Deer Creek Dealer did it again. The Deer Creek Dealer meaning Jake Smith, who is from Deer Creek, Oklahoma, and we have, I guess, taken over that possession of that nickname, as I think Justin came up with that. So it's 34-15, and that is our score at the half, but we're just about ready to get underway for the second half. I was in the, we've had clock issues the whole first half. It didn't work. They think they may have it fixed here, but in the restroom, I heard one of the clock operators say, the box, it's just, there's something shaking going on in the box. And I said, yeah, there's something shaking going on. It's Ryken Cross in the first half. And so they gave him some space, and he has taken advantage of it.
He really has. He's got probably more touches tonight than he has maybe all season combined. I mean, he really has. They really made a point to get him the ball more.
We talked about that in the pregame, where I was going over Riken Cross's stats, where he's got 12 rushes for 36 yards coming into the game and 10 receptions for 66 yards. And mainly was 3.2 yards per rush and 6.6 yards per catch. And I remember saying that has to change if Howe is going to have success in this football season. Riken Cross is going to have to be a bigger part of this thing. And boy, in the first half tonight, is he ever?
In the passing game and in the running game. It seemed like in the running game this season he hadn't been able to get going. But tonight the lanes have been open, the blocking's been good for him, and he's taken advantage of it. I didn't get a chance to hear Jake, I don't know if you had heard, how many yards rushing he had in that first half. I know Bounds had 123, but I didn't hear.
Yeah, I think Cross had 70.
70, okay. That sounds about right.
Tickets out. 50-50 raffle winner.
317 total yards in that first half.
If you have the lucky number
264 on the ground. I mean, talk about being physical and just put 3 yards in a cloud of dust. I mean, really.
Just totally different from last week.
Here come the Howe Bulldogs onto the field, dressed in all black for homecoming. A lot of former Bulldogs here from years past. A lot of former cheerleaders here. Here come the S&S Rams onto the field. This place is packed. And I do see cars on Highway 5 now. There are cars on Highway 5.
Starting to feel like the 90s, huh?
Yeah, late 80s, early 90s. Yeah. I still want to, I can't imagine. They were talking last week about the 1946 Pilot Point game on Thanksgiving Day here, where they said it was written about in the article where they were just crammed all over this place. You know, the other towns in Grayson County wanted to see this football game, and people were stacked on top of cars, stacked on top of shoulders. I mean, everywhere around this field. I would love to have seen that.
Yeah, that'd been nice to have like some kind of a black and white photo of that.
Yeah.
That is pretty neat.
Didn't somebody have a drone? Come on.
Right. So they didn't bring their phone, put their phone out, take a picture.
So does the Deer Creek dealer
want
to open the second half with an onside kick?
Well, oh yeah, that's right. Howe's not getting the ball in the second half. He could.
How? It just depends on how much you trust that defense. So far, other than the one drive, you feel pretty confident, I think. If you take away the penalties, which basically kept that entire drive alive, you know, there might be something to think about here.
Well, I think the defense is starting to tighten the screws here, there in maybe the second quarter. So you're up 34-15. Maybe it's time to take a chance.
We have dueling scoreboards now on our screen. As right now the clock works. Keep it that way next door. Mr. Ryan Snap, the clock operator. I'll mention his name now the clock's working. Here's the TechWave kickoff, going to go to the 30-yard line. Not much doing there, maybe up to the 37 as S&S will take over there. On the return was Kenny Milton. Milton played a bigger role last year against Howe. Starting tailback, at least on the charts. But seeing limited action so far this season, or at least tonight.
He did catch that two-point conversion, that jump pass earlier.
This is true.
But yeah, he's been pretty silent tonight other than that.
Corville comes out in the gun from the 37-yard line, hand that off and met in the backfield. A great play. Jameer Brown took him behind the woodshed and made him say, "Uncle."
Brown, almost intercepted right there when the handoff was made. Jameer Brown has been in the backfield quite a bit, putting a lot of pressure on Corville. At that time, able to take down Rondeau. What do we say? Rondeau? What was the final? Rondo.
I'm just going to say Rondo with the what is it? UEA. This is Corville under pressure, and he is sacked. Charles Furr is there, along with Gage Carr. And there is your relentless effort to open the second half for the Howe Bulldogs, back at the 30 or 26-yard line.
Both linebackers coming in, and Corville not any time to make a play in the backfield. And I thought they were always going to get away with a face mask. They ended up not committing one, but good job by them to stay with it and put S&S in 3rd and long.
Loss of 9 back to the 27-yard line. Corville on 3rd down and forever just throws it in the dirt, right in, or you can't say dirt anymore because there's no dirt out there. Throws it into the rubber pellets.
So the pellets come popping up, yeah.
And it's 4th down. And he is content with just stepping back and punting this one away. And I think the Howe Bulldogs and Jake Smith have to be ecstatic over that first series. And here comes the train. You can't have a Howe Bulldogs all-school reunion homecoming without the train coming by.
And right on cue, usually it's about the 3rd quarter, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good thing it didn't come at halftime. Interrupt the band performance. Here's the punt. It's going to roll past Garrett Rogers. Keep rolling inside the Howe. And Howe will start there, moving right to left from our vantage point with 10:20 on the clock. Hallelujah. Where's the Tylenol? Don't say, well, you can't do Tylenol anymore, though, right? Oh, we're not pregnant.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Ball at the 34. And Ryland Strong will go split out wide to the right. Buttery split out wide near side. And crosses a slot, him in his green gloves. And he'll get the carry. He'll come back near side. He's in jail this time. He's slung down hard. That may be a loss perhaps to the 33-yard line. There goes the yards per carry. Now, that's not going to do much. A loss of 1 will be 2nd down and 11.
That's probably his smallest carry of the night.
Cross goes in motion. They give it to him again on the jet sweep on the far side. This time he's got a seam. Look out, 50. He can fly. 30, 25, 20, 10-5. Touchdown time in Texas. There is a flag at the 47-yard line.
Holding is the call against the Bulldogs.
Oh. Boy, that was a beautiful run by Ryken Cross.
It was. He had Bounds out there blocking for him. And it was, nobody touched him, and he put it in other gear. I tell you, you got speed on this team.
You know, and we've
Cross and Strong.
There's another kid on this team. It's a kid, young man on this team. Kendall O'Brien can fly as well. Mm-hmm. Garrett Rogers runs very well.
And I feel like that's something you've missed the last few years. Now, Braden Ulmer may have something to say about that, but just having a lot of speed on a Howe Bulldog team, it just seems like you got more of it this year than you have in the past.
Large Marge. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. No, he does run well, though.
Yeah, being a pulling guard, he can get down there quickly.
So they'll back it up 10 to what was virtually the original line of scrimmage. Around the 35. Oh, they're still going. What in the world? Where did the block happen?
It happened about right at the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard.
See who it was? Was it Bounds?
Was there a personal foul attached to that as well?
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know how that happened.
Is that a double holding call? Because they're backing it up way back to the 21-yard line.
Well, remember, it was behind the sticks because I think Cross lost yardage.
I thought the flag was at the 47.
Yeah, this was definitely a 15-yard penalty because, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Is it about the 47 or the 37?
I think the 47.
I don't think it was that far up. I think it was probably more around the 37, but that would make sense if it was a 15-yard penalty.
Well, nonetheless,
Coach Smith is getting an explanation too. He may be as confused as you are, Monty.
well, I'm definitely confused.
And if I'm Howe, I'd do the same play again. Give it back to Cross and just do the same exact play.
I mean, they haven't been able to stop it.
They haven't.
So far in this game.
It's a holding call against Howe.
Call against the Bulldogs.
Unbelievable. So they're saying that the holding call took place at the 31-yard line, which was well behind the sticks.
I don't even think the play would have developed that far behind the sticks.
Wow, okay.
I can't wait to get an explanation on this call.
It's going to be like a 14-yard penalty.
Look at second and 25 maybe?
And here is Bender going to run it right up the middle, looking for a block, gets a block. He's got the first down and more. It's a foot race, 40, 30, and tripped up down at the 25-yard line. Bender, did we mention he can run too?
Man, he got that ball that just went straight up, right behind the right guard, right up behind the center. I mean, just in a straight line. And a touchdown saving tackle by Melton.
56 yards. Hey, we didn't mention that Howe had 317 yards of offense in the first half. That is a lot of yards for a half.
264 on the ground.
Man in motion, Cross again, gets it again, coming near side. Trying to find the corner, tackled by the head. Howe wants a call, not going to get it. They wanted a face mask or something as they
collar or something, yeah.
Grabbed him by the helmet. And it'll lose a yard. It'll be second down and 11. They'll spot it at the 24-yard line.
So far, the clock is working here in the second half.
Don't jinx it.
Here's Knox Bounds running right over left guards. Got a seam, got a touchdown. Stick that one in the end zone. It's touchdown time in Texas. Knox Bounds needed one carry to go 24 yards. And Howe ups their advantage 40-15 awaiting the PAT.
Bounds done such a great job of running between the tackles all night long and has his third touchdown of the night.
Warm knife through butter.
Seventh touchdown of the season.
Bender wants to throw it on the two-point conversion into the end zone. This time it is caught. When you throw it to Ryland Strong, your odds get better. And now it's 42-15. Howe in the lead with 8:26 left to go in the third. We'll be right back. At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
Your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap for Howe. 4 plays, 66 yards. It was a 24-yard run by Knox Bounds to give us our new score of 42-15. With 8:26 left to go in the third, and I saw the scoreboard flash there for a minute. Here's the Tech Wave kickoff, going to come near side to the 28-yard line and hit hard, knocked down almost immediately at the 36. It will be Brighton McNabb on the return.
Garrett Rogers and on the tackle for the Bulldogs.
And S&S will set up shop there with 8:22 on the clock. Moving left to right.
Money real quick, scores from the district. Gunner up on Bells in the fourth quarter, 50-7.
Oh my.
And then Leonard over Callisburg right now in the third quarter, 42-6.
Oh my.
Howe will play Leonard. Goes to Leonard next week.
Leonard looks pretty good. First and 10, left to right. Corville wants it, gets it, hands off. No, he's going to keep it. Roll out to the left side of the offense. Looking downfield, decides to run, slung down on the far side. Gage Carr brings him down after a minimal gain.
Second down.
2, but they keep walking it to 3 up to the 40.
Gage Carr, number 4, making the tackle for the Bulldogs.
Good coverage downfield on the back end by Howe.
Other than the penalty on Gage Carr, he's had a really good game.
Drop the ball.
The linebackers have had,
But defensively, he's had a good game.
Defensively, he's had a really good game. The linebackers in total. Handoff up the middle, Rondo, and he hits a brick black wall. And that wall is called Jameer Brown. No gain. And it's third down.
There just hadn't been much between the tackles for S&S. And really, aside from that long drive from S&S, Bulldogs defense have really tightened things up when they needed to. They had a couple of third and fourth down conversions that were given up, but second quarter they done well.
Third down and 7. 7:05 on the clock in the third. Corville's going to drop back 3 steps, kind of stutter steps, heaves it down the middle of the field and overshoots his intended receiver, which is Kenny Melton, and it falls incomplete. Fourth down comes up, and the punt team will come on for S&S. So they've punted on each of their first 2 possessions in the second half. And you're wondering if S&S is getting to the point of uncle in this football game.
Well, I talked about how important it was for Howe in their first possession to drive down the field and score, to kind of just put your foot on their throat, take control of this game. They did that.
I think Malin's leaving his mic on. I think we're getting a lot of noise. Here is Corville back to punt. Rogers will stand at his own 34. Corville looked like he was going to throw there.
He did.
They back him up 5 as you heard the whistles. And Coach Smith not real happy with his defense right now. As you were about to see some trickery. I don't know if you'll see it now. But
against the Rams.
And I don't know if there was something there. I was looking down and I saw Corville about to pass. I don't know if there was anything open or not.
Well, it's 4th down and 12 now. Rogers will stand at his own 41. And Corville does punt it away. It's a wobbly kick headed out of bounds. Bounce about a yard out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Now we'll take over there. Needing to go 62 yards with 6:51 on the third quarter clock. What does the Deer Creek dealer do here? Stick it on the ground with Knox Bounds for a while?
I think so. I think keep it bounds and cross. Just keep it on the ground and bleed this clock some more.
I don't want to throw things out in the air, in the cosmos. But Howe's had 1 turnover tonight. And
your mom's going to be texting you.
And it was an interception that took about 4 white jerseys to finally haul it in. Here come the Bulldogs. A new running back into the game for Howe. And he'll get the toss. Running right side, trying to find somewhere to go, and gets 3 yards.
Caden Thomas carries for
I think that's Jaden Alcorn. I think that's Alcorn on the carry. Or did I get that wrong?
No, that's what I'm thinking too.
Is it 23? 23 is Alcorn.
I heard Roger Tidwell say Caden Thomas, but I think it's
Alcorn. So he gets 3 yards up to the 41-yard line. Bender's going to keep it up the middle. Got a lot of running room, tripped up for a moment, but he keeps his feet. 25, 20, 15. Only a flag can stop it, and I don't see one.
No flag.
59 yards for Deacon Bender on the quarterback keeper. He can run to. And he puts the ball down at the PAT mark.
The read option by Bender. S&S bid on it, and then he was off the races. He put it in another gear about the 30-yard line. And Bender, I tell you, he opened space. We haven't seen a lot this season, but that kid can run too.
Fernando Sanchez, who we call the second baseman, only because his name sounds like a second baseman, will be on for the PAT. Coach Nitson may get excited. We keep calling that and say, we got a second baseman? He puts that one through. Our new score 49-15 at Bulldog Stadium. Howe over S&S with 6:06 on the clock in the third. We'll be right back.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrRedInsurance.com.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC. Sanchez on for the Tech Wave kickoff, and he will boot this one. It's a medium kick. Melton will take it at his own 23-yard line, and he's hit hard by Eli Stoner and brought down at the 29-yard line. Your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap. 2 plays, 68 yards for Howe. And it was Deacon Bender on a 59-yard run right up the middle for the score. It took right about 45 seconds off the clock on that drive. Quick drive. And S&S will now take over at the 5:59 mark from their own 32-yard line. They break the huddle. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Rondo along with Corville. Hands down on the ground by the lineman, and here is Rondo met hard by Jameer Brown. Brown is starting to own that defensive line.
You get a formidable line there with Brown, and you get Griffo in there.
Brevin Mayo.
Alex Mejia.
The Mad Honduran.
You got some playmakers on that defensive line, those defensive ends.
Does the Leonard Callisberg score shock you a little bit?
A little, the margin, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty significant.
The Gunner Bells game, you know, we were wondering about Bells. And, you know, Gunner is Gunner, but must have been some turnovers, you would think. Here's a handoff up the middle. Alex Torres makes the stop after a gain of about 4 to the 36-yard line.
I'm a little bit surprised with Bells. Bells had a tough non-district schedule. Played some pretty good opponents, like Pottsboro, I believe, in there. They played some pretty decent opponents, but that's a wide margin of defeat.
You know, and when you run that type of offense and you're not winning,
you get the hecklers out in droves. Because let's face it, fans these days, they want the scoreboard to be 49-47, and they don't really care who wins. They just want to be entertained. Snap back, Corville's going to take it and run on the right side, being chased down, gets past Charles Furr on for a first down run to the 46. A 10-yard gain, but you feel for Dale West over there because he's got such a track record, and that you can't question that guy's knowledge. And Dale West just didn't all of a sudden get dumb. It's the players that you have to deal with. You got the guys in the jerseys, and that's what you've got. But the parents and fans don't always understand that.
How soon they forget the playoff appearances they've had last.
A lot of them. 1st and 10, left to right. Corville handoff up the middle again. Rondo hit hard by Alex Torres. The linebackers have just had a whale of a game tonight.
Well, one thing we talked about coming into this game was just like being able to generate pressure on quarterback and just to be able to stop the run, and how important the defensive line is. And they've definitely stepped up in this one and shown that they can be a difference maker in a game like this.
Jim Fryer back in the 80s called Stephen Ogle and Billy Covington the Smurf twins. I don't know what we have for this tandem we have at linebacker with Charles Furr, Gage Carr, and Alex Torres. Not the tallest individuals by any stretch. Corville wants to throw under pressure, gets away from a sack, and then he is sacked. He evaded Gage Carr, but right there was everybody else.
Right on cue.
Van Derrick was in there.
Sanchez putting pressure on the quarterback.
Gage Carr with the pass rush slowed him down, and then Van Derrick and Furr were there to finish him off.
Just cleaned house. But you're right. Exactly. It was initiated by Gage Carr. The tiny triplets.
Yeah, I like that.
Corville drops back, hammers it deep down the left side, looking for Orr. Another great play by Ryken Cross to knock the ball down. Orr wanted a flag, but Cross could not have played that more perfectly.
What a matchup, too. Probably the fastest guys on each one of their teams.
Boy, you talk about mano-a-mano. Ryken Cross, have yourself a game, young man.
Cross and Orr just lined up, man-to-man, downfield, just see who can come down with it. And Cross able to just bat it away. Stood right there with Orr.
So Corville will now drop back at his 31 to punt this one away. Garrett Rogers inching up to the 40, now backs up a step. And he thought about throwing for a moment, but kicks it out of bounds. As Ryland Strong drove an S&S Ram onto his back. And that was Kenny Melton. Strong taking no mercy right there.
Oh. Melton sitting there looking with his hands shrugged up like, should there be a flag? I'm on the ground.
So Howe will take it at their own 40. Moving right to left with 1:16 left to go in the third. Let's wrap this one up and put a bow on it. You got 60 yards to go.
Do you still have Bender in there? I'm trying to see.
Alcorn, the running back.
Bender is still in there.
Bender. Handoff to Ryland Strong, running the right side. Trying to find the corner, does. First down and more from 140 to the other.
Number 12, taking up a
good run of
down.
19 yards. They'll spot him at the 41.
Large Barge and Alcorn blocking on that right side. And Large Barge can move.
Malin, you're an offensive lineman. After this play, we'll talk to you. As it's 1st and 10. I'll set it up for you. The line has had a pretty good game tonight. Here's a ball on the turf, a scramble for it. S&S may have come up with the football. They say they have. There's still a fight for it at the bottom. No indication yet.
They do.
And now S&S has the football. So we say that, Malin, let's talk about that offensive line and the job that they have done so far tonight.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Everyone wants to talk about the offensive line when they come up short, but no one wants to give them the praise when the Bulldogs are having a good run game. They've had how many?
I just did.
Well, maybe not enough praise. They've had more than 200 rushing yards in a half. That doesn't come out of nowhere. You got to thank your offensive linemen for that kind of performance.
Absolutely.
Spoken like a true lineman.
Yeah,
Don't forget about him.
And you know, in the house here tonight watching this football game is former running back Michael Bailey. A couple thousand yards in his 2 years. Here's a handoff up the middle. And dragging the pile. Nice job there by, I believe that was Rondo on the carry. But Michael Bailey always came back to the huddle after a big run and thanked the lineman.
What's a huddle?
Yeah, what's a huddle? Yeah.
Kidding.
They don't do that anymore, right?
I think they're going to let this one go down.
This drive started at the 44-yard line of S&S. The ball rests at the 50 after that gain. And that's the end of the third quarter. 49-15, Howe in the lead, heading to four fingers in the air, as they would say in Norman. We'll be back in just a moment.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of US Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager-occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
Second down and about 6 coming up for S&S here. Thanks for joining us, Monty Walker, along with Justin White, Jake Roberts, Stephen Braswell, and Malin Walker. Or second down and 4, rather, as we switch sides. Corville's going to go under center. He's going to take it himself, and the pile gets pushed enough, I think, for a first down. Or did it? Because Corville got pushed backwards. Everybody else was moving forward, but Corville got thrown down. And he'll get 2 yards to the 48.
Yeah, it was the wrong pile. They were pushing each other, but
there was a whole lot of pushing going on, but the quarterback wasn't in it.
He was already down, so it's just regular pushing instead of quarterback pushing.
Interesting play call. It's 2nd and 5, 2nd and 6. You go from shotgun right under center real quickly.
3rd down and 2, 11:22 on the clock. Corville wants to throw. Now he tucks it, runs up the middle, drug down. It's going to be close. I think he's a yard shy of the first down at the 47. An interesting decision coming up for head coach Dan Pike, who is now 2 and 12, looking for his 3rd win. But got some work cut out in front of him to overcome this 49-15 lead by Howe. It's 4th and 1 coming up.
Looks like they're going to go for it.
There's your huddle, Justin. Yeah. They're huddling up.
Hadn't seen that since 1991, 92.
A timeout's been called on the field. We'll take one, too. We'll be right back. 49-15, Howe in the lead.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
Congratulations to Lauren Ketching, your homecoming queen at your all-school reunion 2025. And Felix Vasquez, the homecoming king. Here's 4th and 1. Corville in the gun is going to do it himself. Right side's got the first down and crosses the 45 to the 44-yard line.
On the carry, first down.
3 yards on the carry by Corville as he's really putting S&S on his shoulders and trying to carry this thing as far as it can go.
Yeah, that was him all day long right there. He's going to give it to himself and keep it himself and get across that first down. Got enough to move the sticks.
Fernando Sanchez checks into the game at cornerback on the far side. Corville looks to the sidelines and now barks and wants it, drops back 3 steps, hammers it deep down left side. Middle of the field, and a flag is going to be thrown as Garrett Rogers had his hands all over the intended receiver, Kenny Melton. And that'll be a 15-yard penalty, and Garrett Rogers is tapping out. He in a little bit of pain here around his chest area. Tapping towards his chest, and Braxton Buttery will check in.
Rams being aggressive, trying to go long, trying to go deep. And Rogers right there with him, but I guess used his hands a little bit too much to get, because he got the penalty flag came from the back judge and the side judge.
So they'll spot this at the 29-yard line of Howe. S&S on their fifth play of the drive. Snap back to Corville's a low one. He fakes the hand. Now wants to throw backside. That one's knocked down by Ryland Strong. He got his left paw up there and just swatted that one away. Nice play by your cornerback.
Ryland Strong making a great defensive play for the Bulldogs.
And now whistles.
Looks like an official timeout.
We'll keep it here. We'll have offensive linemen talk.
That'll be fun.
So, Malin, who's your offensive lineman MVP tonight?
You know, with offensive line, it's kind of hard to choose an MVP. You know, the whole point of an offensive line is that no one man stands out. And if a person stands out, it's more than likely not because it's a good reason. So really, this whole unit has been I'm really proud of them as a whole.
Trying to draw Howe offsides, may have done it. Ball start against S&S. They drew themselves offsides. So back it up 5. So Howe will get at least 5 of that 15 penalty back. Always the politically correct Malin Walker.
Very diplomatic of him.
If he wasn't so honest, he might run for Congress.
Second down and 15.
Second down and 15, right to left. And Corville will hand off. Up the middle. Ball's on the turf, I think, for a moment, but S&S recovered, and that was Rondo on the carry again. He's really carried a load as well. A stout young man.
Well, that time when he was getting pulled down low, he was getting stood up. He had 2 heat-sinking missiles, safeties coming at him to knock his head off. He's been hit pretty good tonight.
Dylan Patterson, nose tackle, has played a great game tonight as well. 3 down linemen for Howe on 3rd down and 13. Corville drops back, looks right side, throws right side, has a man. It's going to be caught by Orr at the 14-yard line, and he has really been a spark plug for this offense of S&S.
And Rogo with a great pass.
19 yards.
Deep out pattern over there and dropped it in a bucket just where Orr could catch it.
So 1st and 10 for the Rams of S&S.
15-yard line.
West side of Sherman. Corville is going to run it himself. Over left tackle coming near side. 20, 15. Turns the quarter but can't before he's run out of bounds. But they'll spot him around the 7, which is a 8-yard gain for Corville as he's racking up some yards tonight too. 8:48 on the clock. It stops momentarily while they as he stepped out of bounds. Still a big crowd here tonight, Justin.
Yeah, a lot of them stayed around and a few have left.
I see Buck Rose down there, former basketball coach for the Howe Bulldogs. Long time, 24 years, I think. Everybody tight here, bunched together. 2 receivers, though, wide, but a toss, and Rondo's hit hard in the backfield. Gage Carr again is right there, along with Charles Furr.
Gage Carr playing on the end and just read it all the way. Able to at least slow him down. Didn't make the full tackle, but kind of like earlier, hit him and then Furr able to finish him off.
Back to the 16-yard line, a loss of 9.
What was the name you called them? The tiny triplets?
Something like that.
Carr, Torres, and Furr.
The tiny triplets at linebacker. 3rd down and 6 for S&S. Corville on the run. Tucks it up the middle, and he's hit hard. You know, I'm really impressed with the aggressiveness of this defense. I mean, they've come to hit tonight.
I've noticed that all season long. They hit aggressively. They tackle fairly well, but they're just always trying to knock your head off.
This is a much more aggressive defense than what we've seen in a number of years.
Well, and I think the tackling as well has been a lot better.
Yeah,
a lot.
It seemed like in the last few years, the tackling
had become almost non-existent over the past couple of years. There's your 3rd down anthem, and now a timeout's been called. We'll take 1, 2, 7:17 on the clock. 49-15. Howe in the lead. We'll be right back.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs. Back to action, 4th down and 4 for S&S, knocking on the door. Corville will get it, and he'll roll out. Now turns the throwback in the end zone. He overshoots his receiver. It's incomplete, but there's a flag down. Corville is left. Notice Corville is limping a little bit. And Joe Orr came back limping just a moment ago into the huddle. So S&S not at 100% full strength.
Two of their best players barely able to walk right now.
Yeah, and I noticed that earlier. Corville got sacked towards the end of the third quarter, and he hasn't really been the same since. You can see him down there now, barely able to. He's moving a little better now, but a second ago he wasn't able to put a lot of pressure on that left leg.
I mean, you talk about a warrior. He's playing the quarterback position. He's playing linebacker. He's the punter. He's the kicker. I mean, this young man is everything you want on the field, and obviously Dan Pike feels like he can't take him off the field.
I think he's still out there right now.
Ball rests at the 9-yard line after the turnover on downs. And Howe will take over with 7:09 on the clock. And here's a run up the middle. And Gage Carr hands the ball back to the official. Gain up to the 15, 16-yard line, 17-yard line.
Well, that was Carr's first carry of the night.
Good for about 6. Here's a handoff. Garrett Rogers, his first action of the night, and he squeezes through to the 28-yard line. Move the sticks, 11 yards. And now we've got a cramp from S&S. And that is going to be Connor Roberts needing attention. It's, Malin mentioned that it's a little humid tonight. I know the temperature right now is 74 degrees, but it's a humid 74 with a lot of gnats.
And no bug spray. He declined the bug spray.
Yeah, he's too tough for bug spray.
After the ball game, there is a black light party.
That's an offensive line thing.
First Baptist Church after the
You're
game.
too tough for bug spray.
After the game,
need no stinking bug spray.
I don't need it. If I needed it, God would give me some bug spray. I'd just have it on me.
Well, he's not God, but Jake Smith did offer you some bug spray.
I don't need it. I'm good.
First down and 10, left to right. I don't know that Jake Smith has ever probably had that ever said. He's not God, but handoff to Rogers, who breaks free for a moment, has a little seam. About a 9-10-yard gain up to the 38-yard line. They'll move the sticks. They'll call it 10, 38-yard line.
It's going to be real encouraging for this offensive line of this team to be able to get the ground game going.
Well, Malin gets to pick. Hey, here's a handoff again. This is Gage Carr. He's around the corner. 40, a lot of room. 20, 15, 10, 5. Gage Carr goes into the end zone. No flags.
Gage Carr.
62 yards for Gage Carr.
They're just got a fullback dive up the middle. They were in I formation, just the first man through. Give it to Carr, and Carr puts it in extra gear.
Howe has hung half 100 on S&S. 55-15 awaiting the PAT by second baseman Fernando Sanchez.
And Gage Carr's got his first rushing touchdown of the season.
And maybe since youth football. Sanchez on for the PAT. Cross to hold. Takes his green glove off his right hand. And Sanchez, did he hook it? He hooked it. No, he didn't. He made that.
What?
Oh, wait, no, now they say they hooked it. One official said good. The other official said, nope, that went right of me. So the score remains 55-15 with 5:49 left to go in the game. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross country and long distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum, senior basketball player and leading strikeout softball pitcher.
I'm Dylan Patterson, graduating football player and powerlifter.
I'm Ayla Jones, class of 2026 volleyball player.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for the support of Howe student athletes and encourage anyone interested in helping to join.
Go Dogs!
Bulldogs.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
Your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap. 4 plays, 91 yards for Howe. 91 yards. And on top of that, it took a minute and a half. And it was a 62-yard touchdown by Gage Carr, who's had a really great game. And your Tech Wave kickoff by Sanchez is in the, it's another onside kick. Howe has a chance to get on it, turn around, and they do. On the football for Howe is Caden Thomas. And Howe will now have it at the S&S 44 or thereabouts.
You've been calling for the onside kick all night long. They finally do it. Up by 40.
And an injured S&S Ram getting helped off the field, which is Wallo dos Reyes. R-E-I-S. Reyes. Challenging. So Malin gets to pick the player of the game or players of the game. And I have a feeling it's going to be a bunch of people wearing number 50s and 70s and 60s. With Riken Cross, Gage Carr, Deacon Bender, I mean, there's a lot of them. You can pass the hat around to a lot of individuals tonight.
Certainly with a performance like this, there's a lot to choose.
Absolutely.
A bunch of co-MVPs.
So how, if they cling to this lead, they would have beaten S&S in all 6 homecoming games. As Bender goes under center, 1st and 10 from the 44. Hand off to Garrett Rogers up the middle, squeaks through to the 37.
Garrett Rogers, the ball carried.
And I like this difference between I formation, under huddle, or under center, and just run right at you.
So in the 6 games that Howe's played S&S for homecoming, they would now, at this point, have outscored them 222-57.
In homecoming games?
In homecoming games.
Wow.
And would move to 29-10 overall against S&S. Here's, once again, Rogers escapes to the 25-yard line.
Picking up the first down.
12 yards for Rogers, who's racking it up here in the 4th. 5:05 on the clock.
I'm interested to hear at the end of the game how the rushing yards are for the Bulldogs.
Hey, at 324 at the half, 317 at the half.
Yeah.
That's just insane amount of yards for a half. Handoff Rogers, right side, slung down inside the 20 at the 19.
Gain of 6 on the play. Garrett Rogers.
6 yards. They are just having their way. Other than the one long drive that Howe kept giving them first downs in that drive, Howe's, dare I say, dominated this game.
They really have. And you get a glimpse of what Coach Smith's vision of this team was, to be physical up front and just run the ball down your throat.
Even the second unit now, offensive line still in there, obviously, which tells you a lot. Bender wants to throw. Deep ball, right side. Strong is not going to make the catch. He makes the catch, but apparently he was out of bounds.
I don't think so.
Did not get a foot in, according to the official who was right there, but you didn't get an argument from Strong.
Malin, did you get a good look at that?
I didn't get the greatest view on that, if I'm being completely honest. It was kind of hazy.
It's the gnats in your eyes.
I thought he'd get a foot down. All you need is 1 foot down in high school.
Bender, handoff, Rogers. This time he's hit hard. And he hung on to the football because there was some white jerseys trying to strip it away. And it'll be 4th down and 4, is it 6? 4th and 6. And Howe's going to continue to keep the off. Knox Bounds comes out into the game. Reich and Cross into the game. They're going to try to convert this with their first team unit. 3:23 on the clock. Boy, they want to put the throat on us, foot on the throat of S&S. First team comes back out. Bender goes in the gun. Knox Bounds to his right. Ryland Strong split out wide right. Handoff to Knox Bounds. Cuts it up the middle. He's close to a first down. A second effort might have gotten it, and I think it did at the 14-yard line, and it's a first down. So a gain of 5 for Bounds, and we'll see if the second unit comes back in. Reich and Cross checks out. Knox Bounds checks out. Dylan Patterson, I think that's Patterson who checked. No, that's not Patterson. Bryce Baker checked out. Rogers dots the I. Under center goes Bender. Handoff Rogers left side. Bounces away from one of his offensive linemen and squirts into the end zone for the touchdown. 14 yards for Garrett Rogers. And I know S&S must be thinking, my goodness, when are you going to stop? But I think understanding what Howe's gone through and needs right now are these kind of momentum boosting things. It's a lot of, football's mentality, and it's psychological as much as anything else. And so Howe had to put their foot on their throat, and they've certainly done that. They've answered the bell. Sanchez PAT is good. And our new score is 62-15 at Bulldog Stadium for all-school reunion homecoming. We'll be right back.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
Your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap. 6 plays, 44 yards for Howe is a 14-yard touchdown by Garrett Rogers to bring our new score 62-15. Second baseman Fernando Sanchez on the Tech Wave kickoff. Low line drive, middle of the field, taken at the 25-yard line by Joe Orr. Look out here. Runs to the far sideline right in front of his bench and is brought down at the 38-yard line. Great job by the special teams tonight as well, as not allowing the speedy Joe Orr to get around the corner, and really an all-around good football game for Howe.
Yeah, me and Jake were talking about near the break is that Howe needed a game like this.
Boy, in a desperate way.
Just a dominant win, just to build some confidence and know that you're on the right track and you take care of a team that you're supposed to beat. It gives you confidence. You go to play Leonard next week. Leonard was beaten up on Callisburg pretty good. I didn't see the final score yet, but that's going to be a big test. And the rest of the games this season, you're probably going to be the underdog. So you need to win like this, set the tone for the district. Handoff,
not much doing there. maybe back to the line of scrimmage.
Charlie Fuller in on the tackle.
A lot of new faces. Timeout's been called. We'll keep it here. I'm going to look up something if y'all want to banter back and forth. I've got something that's interesting me that I got to look back and see.
I'm going to look at the score right now for Gunner. It's a final now. Gunner has defeated Bells 50-7.
Wow.
And Leonard has defeated Callisburg 49-6.
So no close district games tonight.
None. And Blue Ridge is off. And that's another thing about Howe is they don't get a bye week until after the ninth game, before the end of the game. So they'll get a bye week and then play the last game of the season. By that point, the playoff picture may be already be clear.
So last time Howe scored 60. When?
2 minutes.
Before I came on, I would imagine.
I'd say in 2020, when's Chris Bryan here? 2022.
And who was the opponent?
Was it S&S?
I'd say S&S.
Well, both of you are correct. It was 68-14 at S&S back in 2022. The last time Howe reached the 60 mark. Second down and 9, low snap, dugout, handoff, and not anything doing theirs. Howe is just, boy, they're going to feel good about watching this film tomorrow.
And I was sitting here thinking, how much do points go into, like point differential go into?
I thought about that too.
District like stand-ins.
Well, I don't know how this particular district is set up, what the tiebreakers are, and that certainly could play a factor. I know we faced that situation my senior year, where we had to beat Bells by 5, and we won 12-7. And it was a come-from-behind win in the fourth quarter.
Wow.
Third down and 10. Corville, hands off. They're just running the clock, but escaping and getting through. This could be a long touchdown, except for bringing him down from the backside. A great effort by Caden Thomas. No quit in the Bulldogs as Caden Thomas saves the touchdown. And it was a long carry for Elijah Gentry. And another injured S&S Ram down at the 43-yard line.
Good rundown by Thomas to save the touchdown. I can't see who the injured player is. Are you doing some quick math over there?
Well, I've got a malfunction going on here with my technology board. So that's a 52. And long story short, yes, I was doing math, and then something happened on this technology thing. So
Hayden Harkins was the left tackle, was the injured player. He was walking off the field on his own power.
But Gentry with a 52-yard run, ran down by Caden Thomas with great effort. So the ball spotted at the 10. 62-15. Who had that score tonight?
None of us.
I don't think anyone was close to that.
Not really that close.
They break the huddle. Thomas will stand to the right side of Corville. 2 receivers to either side. Corville drops back 3 steps, fires it in the end zone, right side, and I think that was caught for a touchdown. I don't think that was Orr this time. I think that was Jason Monreal. Was it 7 or 2?
It was 7. It was Monreal. Sanchez was in coverage, and he got all turned around. And Monreal able to come back down with it in the back of the end zone. Kind of a fade pattern.
10-yard touchdown, and they'll go for 2, it appears, with 42 seconds remaining in this football game. guys, I'm going to step down on the field because someone is about to have to turn on a victory light. But Corville is going to get in, I think, on the 2-point convert. No, he does not. You guys take over, okay?
All right, 2-point conversion is no good. And brings a score 62-21. Howe up on S&S. We'll take a break. We'll be back here in just a moment.
At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, like that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
42 seconds left in this ball game. 62-21 is now our score. Howe leading S&S. S&S coming out to kick. We'll get the scoring recap here in just a second. Monty has gone down to the field. He's going to have Coach Smith turn on the victory light. Here's the kick. Going to be taken over. It's going to be kicked out of bounds. Flag goes out. Bulldogs start on their own 40. So what's our sponsor? Kingdom Inflatables scoring recap. I didn't get the play number, but it was a 10-yard touchdown pass from Corville to Jason Monreal. 2-point conversion was no good. And our score now is, as I said, 62-21. Howe over S&S.
And there goes our camera.
You think they upstairs did something?
No, it was probably set to turn off at a certain time, and so
Ball was placed at the 39-yard line.
it just shut off.
Bulldogs.
Bulldogs will come out. Ball will be spot on 39-yard line where it went out of bounds. And it looks like Bulldogs will come out in the victory formation. Bender will take the snap, take a couple of steps back, and then take a knee at the 36.
Bulldogs in the victory formation.
And they'll have to do it one more time because there's a 2-second difference in the play clock and just the regular clock.
Bulldogs will go to 2-3 on the season. It looks like they may just go ahead and call that. S&S is going to the sidelines.
Well, hey, you got to do play-by-play for 2 plays right there.
2 plays. And your Howe Bulldogs win their first district game of the 2025 season. 62-21
Thank you for coming out, supporting
is our final
team.
score over the
Everyone
S&S
have a safe trip home.
Rams. As we kind of transition into the Texoma Land at Home Team postgame show. I'm Justin White alongside Jake Roberts. Steve Braswell will be down here in a little bit to do stats. Layla Walker on the sidelines. And Malin, when you get a chance, you can pop on to do the interview.
Malin texted me a second ago and he told me that Coach Smith requested that we interview every single senior.
Every single senior, that's right.
Every
That's
single
correct.
senior.
All 7 of them.
Is there 7 of them? I was about to say I'll do a quick
That's
count.
right. So I may need some assistance here tonight because I can only do some homework on about 4 is pushing it.
Well, here, maybe what you could do is interview all 7 of them at the same time. Kind of like, I don't know if you've seen like the Oklahoma City Thunder, how they'll do that at the end of their games.
Yeah, let's do it Parliament style where they all talk at once.
You got Garrett Rogers, Gage Carr, Knox Bounds,
Eli Stoner,
Alex Mejia, Aiden Torres, Dylan Patterson, Will Ingram.
And that's such a good win for Howe. You know, coming into this one, it was an ugly game last week against Pilot Point, and then just to kind of get the taste out of your mouth in a game like this, you just kind of dominated from start to finish, aside from maybe that one drive that we talked about.
One long drive that really was the only really bad spot in the game, really. And you dominated on the ground. Halftime, you had 317 yards of offense, 264 on the ground during the first half. And I mentioned Knox Bounds. I know Knox Bounds was over the 100-yard mark. Riker Cross maybe over 100 yards.
I would imagine he was, because I think he was at 70 at halftime, and so he certainly had 30 more yards. I guess I shouldn't say that. We'll leave that for Braz, but it sure seemed that way.
And if you were going to pick an MVP of let's say, an offensive, defensive MVP, I think offensive MVP, I would go with Riker Cross.
I think so.
He had, let me make sure, see how many I've got right here. He had 2 touchdowns. 2 receiving touchdowns on the game, but he did a lot of damage on the ground as well as in the air. On the defensive side, you could really there's 3 or 4 guys: Gage Carr, Charles Furge, Jameer Brown.
I would probably say Gage Carr. I know he had the touchdown as well on offense, which just looking at like players of the game or whatnot, but yeah, a guy like Gage Carr made some big plays. He had that one big tackle on Louisville on like a 3rd down, and he had a fantastic game.
Malin, I think, is about to talk to Coach Smith here in just a second. Get all the seniors over there. Looked like we got, I counted 8 on the roster. I only may see 7, 2, 4, 6, maybe just 6 of them. 6 seniors. Again, 62-21 is our final score. Howe wins their 2nd game of the season. They go to 2-3 on the season, 1-0 in district. And we're going to go down to Malin, who's got 6 seniors.
All right, we're here interviewing all of our seniors here tonight. We'll start with you, Aiden Torres. Aiden Torres, this is obviously your senior homecoming. What does this win mean to you?
It's amazing. You know, we get to show the whole district what we're about and sending a message to the whole district.
I see you're representing the number 54 well, playing center. How do you really take the mentality of being a center and apply it into like a football life?
It's awesome. I mean, getting to lead the offensive line, it's awesome. It's amazing. It's something crazy.
Thank you, sir. All right. I'm here with Will Ingram. Will Ingram, stand-up performance tonight. You know, you're a big guy, but you run really fast. How do you stay so conditioned?
I don't know really. I just get it moving, just keep it going.
You know, there's an old and wise man, you know, who has maybe played some football with you back in the day. You know, what have you learned from people in your past? Like Pat?
They just helped teach me along the way. Just get low, be the lower guy, just be strong.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. William. Let's talk to Mr. Knox Leaps and Bounds. Knox Bounds, you had an amazing performance tonight. What does this win mean to you in your senior homecoming?
It was great. Love to win senior homecoming, but it ain't the end, so we got to keep going.
You know, you run like Cam Scatabo. Does he have you can't get tackled. What motivates you to run that hard?
Well, I love that compliment. Thank you. And honestly, I've never gotten an all-district reward, so that's what I'm really after. And I've always run hard, and running backs got to run hard. I mean, come on. But.
That's right. Thank you so much. Good job, Knox. All right, I'm here with Eli Stoner. Eli, what does this win really mean to you?
This is a huge step in our district journey. 1-0. Hope to keep building on that. 2-0, 3-0. Who knows? Here we come. Playoffs, baby.
Leonard is coming off a hot win tonight. How do you plan to stop a hot opponent?
They're 1-0 just like we're 1-0. We're ready to go out there and stop them. You know, we'll game plan for them like we do every week. We're ready to go win.
All right. Thank you, sir. Here with Gage Carr with the stand-up performance. You're a two-way player. You dominated on both sides of the ball. Talk about your 62-yard carry and your amazing blocking tonight. I don't think people are going to give you enough credit for that, but you had an amazing blocking game.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Okay. Well, in defense, what really motivates you to kind of have that to play 4 quarters every single play, basically?
Well, on defense, my goal is to get that ball back so we can keep running the score up on offense. Just get it right back and keep going.
All right. Your homecoming game, what does this mean to you?
It means a lot. Just winning homecoming every year, and especially this year, my last year, so it means the world.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, I'm here with Mr. Garrett Rogers. Garrett Rogers, what a performance you've had tonight. Really stand out. Your best so far. How do you want to keep building on that performance you have into new heights?
Yeah, I want to keep it going, so help the team out if I do better.
All right. This is your homecoming game, your senior homecoming game. What does this mean to you?
It means a lot to win a homecoming, and I want to keep building on it in the district.
All right, thank you so much. I'm here with Alex Mejia, part of our standout defensive line. Mejia, what really gets you going to fire up and play with such aggressiveness that Howe really hasn't seen in a very long time?
I think it's my teammates supporting me, and definitely the coaches firing me up every day to play as hard as I can. And yeah, just my team. I really like the support they give me.
Now, I want to clear some things up. My father over here, he called me the Mad Honduran. Oh, it's Honduran now? So let's clear it up. Is it the Mad Honduran or Mad Honduran?
Yes, it's the Mad Honduran.
There we go. It's settled once and for all. After I corrected you. Alrighty, thank you so much, Mr. Mejia. Here with Dylan. What people don't know about Dylan Patterson is that I raised him pretty much in a football sense. So, you know, I may have a little favoritism towards Dylan, but how much has the people that you've played with affected your ability today to be such the phenomenon that you are?
That's a great question. I don't know, just the people, the upperclassmen ahead of me just really encouraged the grind and kicked my butt every day basically for the past 3 years, and here I am balling out the best that I can and supporting my team the best I can.
That's right, they did kick your butt. But really, what motivates you to, or what, like, you play two ways at such an aggressive rate, much more than any normal human should play at. What makes you play like that?
Honestly, man, I just want to win and do the absolute best I can for my team. That's all I want.
Great answer. Thank you so much. All right, I'm here with Coach Smith. Coach, this was such a dynamic and dominant victory here today. Talk about that.
Well, it didn't really feel like that, giving up 21 points defensively, and you know they did a really good job of battling back, especially in the first quarter, and like about 34 minutes in the second quarter, it's just a one possession game, and they did a really good job, especially with number 2, being able to move him all around different spots over there as a wide receiver and being able to get him the ball. And I felt like, secondary wise, we didn't play really up to our potential until the second half, but really coming out second half, making an adjustment, installing our 3-3 stack with a little man free behind it, being able to change up blocking schemes for them, and then being able to change up the things and change up the pace offensively. I felt like the kids adjusted well at halftime and came out, and it's I don't know, really felt like we should have had that shutout in the second half, but I guess if you only give up 7 points and you score, 3, 4, 5 times, you feel pretty good about the win. So they're not easy, but we'll take it, and we all got to light up the V tonight.
You talk about maybe some disappointment in the defense, but you got to be happy with the performance that the linebacker core showed tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. We installed some pressures that we felt like would give certain kids fits, and Charles Furr, even Chris Torres, but we don't really blitz him much just because of his stature, and we feel like he's a better spy. But Gage Carr, he was able to hit the A gap pretty quick, and we worked on some timing issues that we've had throughout the year this week. And the unsung heroes are the defensive linemen that were able to slant across the offensive lineman's face and be able to take them with them and just kind of still their eyes and open up for those linebackers. And I think they did a really good job, especially in the second half.
Before the game, you tweaked the offensive scheme, having a more split back, and leading into more I formations. Talk about that and how that led to such a high score here tonight.
Well, something that we talked about as a staff throughout the weekend. We wanted to be able to play our best 11. We felt like at times when we were able to get in a little two-back set and be able to hand the ball off to Riken if we don't feel like, or Riken and Rylan. But, it felt like it just kind of gave us a different attitude, especially be able to get under the I formation, be able to run trap. Gage Carr, I showed him some highlight tapes of Corey Schlesinger from the 1994 Nebraska Cornhuskers ripping trap for like 60 yards and beating the Miami Hurricanes back during the heydays of Tom Osborne. And so being able to emulate some of those old guys that wear neck rolls, hopefully it changes the attitude of our kids. And I felt like it did in the second half, and we really kind of felt our groove. And biggest positive is we didn't have to punt. Anytime that you end with a PAT kick, you feel really good about it. So felt pretty good about the kids, and especially the offensive staff doing a really good job this weekend with that.
And to kind of continue on, how do you continue from what you've learned from the good and bad from this game and apply it to a hot Leonard team that just won big tonight?
Oh, I hate hearing that Leonard won that game, so you probably shouldn't have given me that news. You probably should have let me find that out about 5:30 a.m. Tomorrow morning. So, it doesn't matter. Like, we take it one day at a time, one rep at a time. And so, even though I know they have a really good quarterback over there, and it's just it's another stepping stone to our goal, and we just got to take care of the Howe Bulldogs. We tell the kids that all the time. And so, the bad and the ugly will get corrected, but we also need to stay positive. And, all the positives that we have done and the strides that we've made throughout 5 weeks, we are 2-3, and we feel like we did get better at times tonight. And so we need to continue to show the kids that as well.
All right. Thank you so much, Coach.
Thank you. All right. Great interview by Malin. Interviews. I mean, man, 6-7 seniors there you got to talk to, and then in there with Coach Smith. I didn't have Corey Schlesinger mention Nebraska Cornhusker fullback from the 90s. I did not have that on my bingo card of guys brought up. This is the Texoma Land and Home Team postgame show. Bulldogs win 62-21. Anything you took from those interviews?
Man, I think a lot of these guys, they seem very disciplined.
Yeah.
And they almost feel media trained. And it's funny to say. And I don't know if that comes from maybe just comfort with talking with Malin because he's around their age, or if they're just mature individuals. And I think that kind of plays out on the field. I know maybe a couple years ago, some of these Howe teams have struggled with like personal fouls. Mm-hmm. And stuff like that. And this Howe team definitely hasn't struggled with that, even in the slightest. They've been fairly disciplined penalty-wise, but I think emotionally-wise is where they've kind of shown a lot of growth within the past few years. And I think when you have a guy like Jake Smith come in and kind of rally himself around a team like that, that's certainly going to make a huge difference.
Yeah, they seem very even keel. You never want to get your highs to get too high and your lows get too low. They seem very even keel, almost like they expected to win that game. And it was a really good win night. And Coach Smith, in typical coach speak talk, was just like, well, I hated giving up 21 points on the defensive side of the ball. But again, a great game here by the Bulldogs tonight.
Yeah, you're in your Texas Land and Home Team postgame show. What y'all don't know is that, there was a not real happy coaching staff from S&S coming over to talk to head coach Jake Smith, and fired some words and then turned around, and Coach Smith said, hey, no, you're going to talk to me. If you're going to say something to me, you're going to talk to me. And he shook his hand and then wouldn't let his hand go, and as he was trying to walk off. But I think things got worked out, and
was it maybe the onside kick and the passing the ball at the end?
As it turns out, it wasn't an intentional onside kick. It was they were trying to pooch kick right, and second baseman just booted it, so to speak, and but it wasn't an intentional onside kick. So I know Jake's got to cut highlights, as he's got quite a few of them to cut.
Haven't done stats yet.
Raz has got some stats. I'm sure he's ready to go there. You talk about a proud papa moment. That I don't know if the interviews came through clear or not, but
pretty clear. There were a couple hiccups, but for the most part, it was good. Had good 2 or 3 questions.
I didn't hear the player interviews, but I thought the coach interview went very, very well.
Yeah, same with the players. I was talking about how the guys don't, they're not too hyped up, but they're not too, they're just kind of even keel and just like, business as usual almost.
Yeah.
And I was really impressed with that. And in fact, there's only 8 seniors on this team. I don't think I realized that. So this is still, there's a lot of these guys going to be back next year.
It's very crucial that you can stay in Division II. And, they're going to start counting heads in October. And hopefully Howe will fall under that category, because if Howe is Division II next year, they got a chance to be really good next year. But it's not next year. It's this year, and they look really good tonight.
They did.
I guess it's time for Stats with Braz. We'll let Braswell come on in here and go over. You were busy tonight. He was
I'm kind of curious how many rushing yards what the total yards was for tonight.
Yeah, that I'm very interested in what the total yards turned out to be. I mean, remember it was 317 at the half total yards, so I'm anxious to see what the tally is. Brass, take it over.
Okay, well, we got a little bit more than 317.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so team-wise for Howe, passing 1 for 6 for 53 yards.
Okay.
But the 53-yarder was a big one.
It was a big one. It certainly was.
Rushing, what we all want to see.
You said 153 in the first, or passing total?
1 for 6 for 53 yards.
Okay.
Rushing, 42 rushes, 558.
Whoa!
Wow.
13.3 yards average per carry. Total first half is 317 yards, like we mentioned. Well, the second half we've got 294 yards total, and that gives us a game total offense 611 yards.
Okay, I got to do some.
You're going to have to do some research. I'm pretty sure on that.
Yeah.
Also for Howe, there were 8 penalties for 72 yards. As far as individual stats go, Deacon Bender, 9 rushes, 196, and 2 touchdowns.
196?
196.
For Bender?
Yes.
Wow.
Knox Bounds, 12 rushes, 153. 3 touchdowns.
What was the total? 6 what?
611.
So Howe had 618 in 2014 against Tom Bean. That's the last time we've had 600.
Wow.
That was 70-something, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was 77-0. That was a school record.
Yep. Gage Carr.
No. That was the 48-12 somehow. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay. Gage Carr, 2 rushes, 69 yards, 1 touchdown. Now that's a pretty good average.
Yeah, that's a good average.
Bender, how many carries you said?
9.
9 for
196.
Wow.
Rockin' Cross, 6 for 68 and a touchdown. Garrett Rogers, 7 for 60 and a touchdown. Ryland Strong, 2 for 21. And Jaden Alcorn, 1 for 3. As we had already mentioned, Bender, he was 56 yards total. I said 53, but he did have a 3-yard deal.
Okay.
56, 1 touchdown and 1 interception. Receiving wise, you had Rockin' Cross. He had the one that was the TD.
Oh yeah,
the 53-yard TD. As far as S&S goes, S&S had 824 for passing for 110 yards, 37 rushes for 132 yards. They had 242 yards total for the game, 101 in the second half. They had 4 penalties for 34 yards and had a total of 14 first downs, and Howe had a total of 25 first downs for night. So it's a good night as far as those goes. As far as S&S goes on the individual stats, Courtville had 17 rushes for 55 yards. Zellers had 3 for 51. And Rondeau had 16 for 24. Mentioned passing wide, Corville had 7 to 21 for 70 yards, 3 TDs. Or 2 for 2 for 43 yards. And receiving wise, Joe Orr had 4 receptions, 51 yards, and a touchdown. Corville 1 for 40. Monreal is 1 for 10 and a touchdown. Petty 1 for 7, and Colwell 1 for 2 with 1 touchdown. So it's a pretty big offensive night.
I counted 7 different ball carriers tonight. 7 different ones.
For Howe?
For Howe. If my math is correct.
1, 2, 3.
Best I can tell.
7.
Best I can tell, that's 7 yards shy of a school record for offensive output for Howe.
Wow.
That's a pretty big night, and it's a good night to do it at all school reunion when everybody's back home. If you're going to put on a show, everybody that paid $5 tonight got their money's worth.
Yep, sure did.
Definitely, and I talked about earlier. You got a glimpse of what this can be. You know how good this team can be offensively. They've got the weapons here. We just hadn't seen it, and they took advantage of the Rams defense tonight.
And Malin made a mention about it, but the thing about it is you don't get all those yards rushing unless your line's doing the blocking.
That's true.
So hopefully that gives you some confidence going against Leonard, who looks like Leonard may be the second best team in this district. I mean, Bells may have something to say about it, but I mean, you're probably looking at Gunner, and then Bells and Gunner. Blue Ridge is in there too. Blue Ridge had the night off.
All right, I think we're ready for some highlights. Thank you, Braz. And so we'll let Jake Roberts slip on in here. And let me see. In the second half, I'm assuming we have
all of the scores in the second half.
All of the scores.
That's it. Just the touchdowns.
Okay. All right. So let me mark that, and let me mark that before we get started so I know what I'm doing. Even the S&S last score?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so let's start at the beginning. And Howe won the coin toss. They wanted the football first. They started at their own 47-yard line. And it only took 3 plays rather, for Howe to score. And the first one was a 53-yard touchdown pass from Bender to Ryken Cross.
This is a pass to Ryken Cross, has a first down to the 40, down the sidelines. Kiss him goodbye. 10-5, touchdown time in Texas. Howe is on the board first and strike from 53 yards.
Deacon Bender added a 2-point conversion to give Howe an 8-0 lead early. And then Howe had an onside kick to get the football back to start back-to-back 2 possessions. They started at their own 48-yard line, drove 4 plays, and punched it in with a 3-yard touchdown by Knox Bounds.
Under center, Bender, handoff, Bounds up the middle, Bound leaping, and he is in. Touchdown time in Texas.
15-0, Howe led at that point. S&S had to punt on their first possession. Howe took it at their own 15-yard line, and they were intercepted by the linebacker, Rondo.
Looks that way. Quick pass over to Ryland Strong into traffic, and it's going to be, is it intercepted? It's intercepted. It bounced around about 3 or 4 times off of 3 or 4 white jerseys. And it ended up in the arms of one of them.
And it ended up in Rondo's arms. And then S&S took the ball at their own 34-yard line. It was a 3-and-out. However, running into the kicker gave them some extra plays, and they took advantage of that and turned it into a 17-play drive that ended up with a Corville to Caldwell touchdown pass.
Corville rolls out right, throws it on the run in the end zone, easy touchdown. Caldwell makes the catch.
That made it 15-8 after a 2-point conversion. A little pop pass over the middle by Joe Orr. Howe took it at their own 45-yard line. Took them only 4 plays to score, and it was a 1-yard tush push for Deacon Bender.
Bounds in the backfield. Bender under center, try to sneak it across. Talking about tush push, they pushed him right on in. Touchdown Bulldogs.
That made it 22-8 at that point. S&S took it at their own 39-yard line, and they drove 5 plays, 62 yards, and scored on an 18-yard touchdown pass from Corville to Orr.
Corville wants to pass deep down the left side of the field, and it's caught, and I believe that's in the end zone for a touchdown.
That made it 22-15. Things were getting a little tight there for Bulldogs all-school reunion participants. Howe took it at their own 41-yard line. They drove 3 plays, 59 yards, and Knox Bounds got into the action.
Snap back, hands off to Knox Bounds, coming to the near corner. It's got the 5, got the 10, into the end zone. It's touchdown time in Texas. No flags.
Yeah, it was a little sloppy with the flags early in this football game. Fernando Sanchez banked it off the front of the crossbar, and that was no good. So Howe retained a 28-15 lead. S&S's next drive ended in a punt, and Howe's next drive went 6 plays, 43 yards, and it was a 26-yard run by Ryken Cross.
Sends a man in motion as Cross. He gets the carry, and he's got a little bit of seam. Makes a move at the 20, 15, 10, 5. Kiss him goodbye. It's touchdown time in Texas, and the Deer Creek Dealer did it again.
That made it 34-15, and that ended the first half scoring. We move on into the second half. S&S had to punt on their first 2 possessions. Sandwiched in between there is Howe's 4-play, 66-yard drive that ended on Knox Bounds' second touchdown of the night.
Here's Knox Bounds running right over left guards. Got a seam, got a touchdown. Stick that one in the end zone. It's touchdown time in Texas.
That made it 42-15 with 8:26 left to go in the third. Howe then on their second possession started with 6:51 on the clock from their own 38-yard line. Didn't need much time, didn't need many plays. It only took 2 plays to go 68, and it was a 59-yard touchdown by Deacon Bender.
Bender's going to keep it up the middle. Got a lot of running room, tripped up for a moment, but he keeps his feet. 25, 20, 15. Only a flag can stop it, and I don't see one.
That made it 49-16 with 6:06 left to go in the third. S&S again had to punt. Howe then fumbled and gave it back to S&S, who started at their own 44-yard line, but they turned it over on downs at the Howe 16-yard line. Howe then started at their own 9 and went 4 plays, 91 yards, and it was really a 62-yard touchdown by Gage Carr that lit the house on fire.
Hey, here's a handoff again. This is Gage Carr. He's around the corner. 40, a lot of room. 20, 15, 10, 5. Gage Carr goes into the end zone. No flags.
55-15 at that point, left 5:49 on the clock. Howe then tried to pooch kick it, but it ended up being an onside kick. Started at the 44-yard line. They drove 6 plays, 44 yards, and scored on a Garrett Rogers 14-yard touchdown.
Rogers left side bounces away from one of his offensive linemen and squirts into the end zone for the touchdown. 14 yards for Garrett Rogers.
That brought us to 62-15 and gave S&S one last shot with 2:09 left on the clock. They started from their own 38. They ended up scoring on a Corville to Monroe, I believe. Who was it?
I believe it was Montreal.
Montreal. So let's go ahead and play that one.
2 receivers to either side. Corville drops back 3 steps, fires it in the end zone, right side, and I think that was caught for a touchdown.
And that rounds out our scoring. The final score tonight, 62-21. Howe shows off at the all-school reunion homecoming game here at Bulldog Stadium as the house was packed. And it was the Ryken Cross show. It was the Gage Carr show. It was the Deacon Bender show. It was the Knox Bounds show.
It was the Bulldog show
tonight. Yeah, it really was. I mean, all around, great performance by the Howe Bulldogs. And you know, Coach Jake Smith got to turn on the victory light. And, you know, the first complete win for Jake Smith. I know he got his first official win over in Bonham a few weeks back, but tonight was the full real deal where you can really digest what a full head coach victory is. And I know he's happy with the performance of his team, but coaches are never fully happy. I know he's going to point out some things that they got to work on, but
does what Parcells does. What do you say?
Yeah.
Get on them when they.
Yeah, but overall, really a great performance by the Howe Bulldogs tonight, and they needed that.
Yeah, especially start off the district season. Offensively look good. Defensively, it's like they got better defensively throughout the game, and I think even special teams look good.
Yeah,
had some good returns. Had a couple of penalties on kickoff returns, but got a turnover on a onside kick. So as Jason Garrett would say, they look good in all three phases of the game.
All three phases of the game. Jake Roberts, how about a final thought?
Yeah, I think, and I told Justin this earlier, but I think coming into this game, Howe really just needed a big win, especially coming off of last week's game against Pilot Point. And I think good performances all around is something that this team hasn't had all season. And especially, I mean, this is a district game. This is the first game that really matters. And Howe really came out here and they showed the rest of the district, look, we can beat you this is a big win for the program.
It certainly is. Stephen Braswell, final thought for you?
To me, if we can continue blocking on the line like we did tonight, and we don't even have to have the 600 yards. Just continue blocking like you open the hose like Ted tonight, then good things are going to come out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, we got speed that breaks through the line, so just give them that little opening.
Yeah, that's a good point. This team has speed, and you can win some games on speed alone if you just have that on your roster.
Can't coach speed.
Once they get in the secondary, they're gone.
Yep, you're right. Malin Walker, how about a final thought from you, our sideline extraordinaire?
Overall, this was just a really good Bulldog win when they really needed it. Were there some mistakes that the team made? Yeah, but nobody's perfect. That's kind of good and bad news, because the good news is nobody's perfect. That wasn't your best game. You dropped 62, and that wasn't your best game. There's still things you can improve on that. But other than that, just enjoy the win. Enjoy having that. Not everyone wins their senior homecoming. Just kind of relish that, and just kind of keep that into next week.
I remember interviewing Malin after a homecoming win, and a pretty special moment. And I asked him, how does it feel to win on homecoming? He said, well, if you have to win on homecoming. It's it's one of those things you have to. If you don't win on homecoming, then that you just. Anyway, I can't remember the exact words, but it was obviously a special win for Howe on that night. Justin White, final thought?
Like everybody said, it was a dominant win. It's what they needed. Enjoy it, as Malin said. It gets it gets more difficult next week. You got Leonard.
Oh boy,
Leonard coming up, and I said earlier that you're not going to be. You're going to be the underdog the rest of the season, pretty much. Again, when you play Leonard, Gunner, Callisburg, Bells, Blue Ridge, you're going to be the underdog. And so you did what you did to do tonight. You took care of business. Build off that. You have confidence now that the vision and what you're looking at want to do in being physical up front, being disciplined. You showed that tonight. And go to Leonard next week, and let's see if they can replicate that.
If they beat Leonard next week, they may not be the underdogs the rest of the way out. It appears that Leonard is going to be the real deal from here on out, at least from the early portions of this district. My final thought tonight is relish in this victory. S&S is a much improved team than they were in years past. But my gosh, tip your hat to Jake Smith and the coaching staff. As I thought this team was as well prepared tonight as I've seen them so far in the 81 days that he's been the head coach. And that's not a long time to change a program culturally, philosophically, offensively, defensively, just every way you can name it. They've had a complete makeover, and tonight, for the first time, paid huge dividends where you can walk away from this football field with your chest out a little bit.
And you can tell the players are buying in. I don't know if you, and you've probably noticed it when you've done the interviews, the senior interviews, you ask them who their favorite coach is, and a lot of them are saying Coach Smith.
They are, and when I talked to the Mad Honduran, when I interviewed him a couple of weeks ago, I've never heard a kid say yes sir more than that kid.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that they stress, when you're talking to people in the public. But yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. I almost felt, you don't have to say that, but great kids and great program, and obviously led by a great leader. So for tonight, everyone is happy that drives downtown Howe and sees the victory light flipped on. Coach Smith popped it on just right after the game. So all smiles in Bulldog land tonight. For everyone who's been a part of this one, including Malin Walker, Jake Roberts, Stephen Braswell, Justin White, I'm Monty Walker. So long, everybody.
You've been listening to the Texas Land and Home Realty Team post-game show. Howe Bulldogs football is a product of Studio 42. The full replay of the game will be available within minutes on the same link on YouTube. Howe Bulldogs football is brought to you by Scoggins Funeral Home, Baker Air Conditioning and Heating, South State Bank, GCEC, Sonic of Howe. Also brought to you by Brother Plumber, Rock Hill Investments, MTE Fence, Centurion American, Ed Meacham State Park, Rapid Electric. Also brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, TechWave, First Baptist Church of Howe, Kingdom Inflatables, Anchors Boat and RV Storage, The Love Cottage. Also brought to you by Howe Athletic Booster Club, Michelle Carney Photography, Texoma Land and Home Team, The Crazy AC Guy.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all.